Okay, hello YouTube VOD watchers and also technically like the people watching in YouTube stream. Like that's also a thing, right? Um, hello. We were starting the YouTube segment of this stuff a little bit late, but like let's go. Cool. Yeah. So, Hall Live concert. Went to the Hall Live concert. Uh it was a lot of fun. I went to the DC concert with Idle Harmony, and that was actually like very intense. Okay, so much has happened since the last time I streamed. Like, V Shoujo doesn't exist anymore. That was actually the thing. Since the last time I streamed, I think like did I stream this time? Okay. I went to that Iron Mouse concert, and it turned out that that was like Iron Mouse's last concert as a corporate VTuber. At least for now. I mean, like maybe someday, eons in the future, like she becomes a corporate VTuber again. And it's like I realized like I have not been streaming, and the entire scene of like Twitch VTubing has been kind of turned on its head and like inverted, and like you know since the time that I last streamed. And I know it is, yeah, it's like it's been a year in the last 3 months, like, since I streamed. It's 3 weeks, 2 weeks, some number of weeks. I don't know. I like literally like they blew up, right? Like V Shoujo like ceased to exist, and that's wild. Um, like it is like legitimately like I don't know. Like how are people feeling about it? Like from an indie side of things, it's like I'm feeling like a lot of like weird mixed emotions about it, is because like, they I want the scene to be like kind of healthy, right? Like I think that like they were serving like a weird like tentpole thing in the streaming like kind of scene, in that like, oh, I knew a lot of people whose kind of weird ambition, like a lot of people's like ambition was to be like, oh well, I will get big and I will get into the shoujo. Like a lot of like especially like smaller indies that I knew like were sort of like hoping for like V Shoujo to like descend angel like from the heavens and then pluck them out of obscurity, and like give them like a this sort of like great sanctified place among the greats. And it's like sometimes people's like ambitions like that is what keeps them like pushing and grinding. Like sometimes you want that sort of extreme motivation to like motivate your art. Sometimes like the internal like motivation like doesn't quite do it, right? But like um at the same time, I think it can be stifling, because I know a lot of people who like change their content style, or they like didn't do decisions that like they kind of wanted to do because they were afraid that it would like hurt their potential V Shoujo like application prospects, right? Like they were they knew kind of that they weren't going to be doing like Hall lifestyle content, but they still looked at V Shoujo and they were like, I think that like this type of agency might be, a good fit for me, but I'm still gonna like kind of constrain myself and like be within a certain box and be like brand safe from like from a V Shoujo like perspective, right? Like yeah, it was a bar, right? Like you don't necessarily think that you'll join V Shoujo, but it's like in the sense that like a lot of like if you're playing basketball, like if you pick up basketball, right? Like and you're like shooting a few hoops with some friends, it's like you think about the NBA even if you don't expect to ever become an NBA player, or maybe you're like in your 30s and like you're not like it's like a weird thing where it's like the sort of what feels like the pinnacle of the field like looms over it, right? And I think sports where there isn't like a big pro scene, right? Um Sports where there is not like a sort of like pro league or like a an Olympics or whatever, right? Like you think about those things even if you don't realistically ever expect to like make it. And like Bishoju was kind of like positioning themselves in some ways the pro league of indie VTubing, right? Like which is weird to say because it's a corporation, but like, you know, they were in this indie VTubing like tradition, and they're like, okay, well, we are, you know, if you get signed to VShojo, that's like the indie VTubing like equivalent of like going pro and getting signed to the NFL, right? Like, yeah, yeah, and the Young are you know, it's just it's the thing to strive for. And now, without VShojo being around, that's right, like there's the thing that you want to strive for in VTubing, quote unquote, is like the thing that you want to strive for is doing like a really good job with your own art, I guess, promoting yourself and getting to some sort of like, you know, nebulous kind of like place. It's like, you know, like people like look at like Shy Lily and they're like, okay, well, Shy Lily has made it, right? Like, um, you know, I guess like now they'd be looking at Iron Mouse and they're like, oh yeah, Iron Mouse has like made it. Hi, Rifter. Hello. Um, but then, you know, there's no kind of like big validation thing where it's like, okay, well, the V show, like the pro leagues have signed you, you know, you've been drafted into V Shoujo, and you know, you made it. And so now people are like kind of like having to find their own. Thank you for the sub. I am very curious, by the way. I think my audio output capture is like not doing anything. All of my audio sources are broken now, I think. Hold on. Let me check to see. I'm fiddling with this a little bit. My audio monitoring is borked. Bjorked. I am having a day as fantabulous as yes. Yeah, no, I'm having a day. The funny thing is like, okay, so now that people have to basically like do now that people's ideas of whether they've made it or not are entirely based on like their own personal like line for that, right? Hello, Tyrant. There's no ability to get the sort of level of support that VShojo offered. Yeah, well, the keyword is offered because apparently they were not actually giving that level of support, right? Like maybe they were at the beginning, but like, you know, they were like, if you listen to a lot of the former talent like speak about it, like especially Giga, I think has gone into this a lot, is that there is a lot of like weird basic stuff that they were not doing. Like they did not have their own booths at cons, right? They had a lot of merch that they were selling through Senpai Squad, which is like a car decorations company. But like she made it very clear that like even though people were kind of like treating the Senpai Squad booth as like, you know, the VShojo booth, kind of like that was not the VShojo booth, that was just the Senpai Squad booth, and they were just like selling their own like merch, right? And it's like they had a lot of companies sort of step in to like kind of take over like some of the stuff from the other talent. But like there are indies now that they're indies, I think, even when VShojo was around, that did like a lot of the stuff that VShojo did without actually like you know, taking the cut that they did, without actually like kind of doing this kind of thing where they were like playing with talents. Like they did not do the kind of actual support that they claimed to, right? And of course now they're doing this kind of stuff, like they're embezzling everybody's money, but that's a completely different thing, right? Like and so it's like the blinders have been taken off, right? Like they don't have an ability to get this sort of level of support that VShojo offered, but like VShojo was not actually giving that level of support to anybody. And so actually I think like it's kind of the opposite. I think it's now kind of unproven, right? Like you could have a VTuber company theoretically, and I know people are extremely soured on VTuber companies, but like theoretically there was a bunch of stuff that Vishoju was very obviously and clearly doing wrong that is like basic table stakes for like what you could do as a VTuber company. And I think it is possible for like some indies, like even to like step in and be like, oh, okay, well, they're clearly doing this kind of stuff wrong. It's like they weren't doing like, you know, tables of merch at cons when like actually a lot of indies like are able to do that, right? They weren't doing this, they weren't doing that, right? Like, you know, they weren't doing kind of some basic promotion that they could have been doing, right? Like there was like, for the size of like talent, they were just, they were sleeping on a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like, and the fact that like, the fact that they were like fumbling the ball so hard, like when they had some of the largest talents in the world, like it should have been easy. It's like, so, well, maybe somebody else can do it, right? Yeah. I mean, there's a market for Lemon's problem, like in general, right? And I think like also like this is like part of the appeal of agencies to viewers, right? Is that the what the agencies do theoretically, right? Like what a Hololive theoretically does, right? Is that the talents do not become like massively better like in Hololive versus out of Hololive. I mean, some of them do in the very narrow sense that they're like musicians or like dancers and they need like, you know, just the amount of like investment into like the concert events or like 3D models or that kind of stuff that like, you know, you need to like really bring out their like inner like dance, like let's say they're like, you know, Bay and a really good dancer, they're like a really good singer and they need like connections to like, you know, the music like production people, right? Like that is kind of a thing, but like the main value, right, that the agencies like provide is that they have a casting department that is basically like, oh, you know, we have good taste and you should look at this VTuber, right? Like, and we are committing to like have the VTuber like organize their social circle around like all of these other VTubers that like, you know, given our good taste that kind of like a, you know, jives with your taste, like because you've been watching our agency, you should like, you know, check out all of these VTubers that like match your taste, right? Good evening. Hello. Is it evening in Brazil already? Ordem e progresso? Yeah. And not did not realize it was like evening already. Like I think it's what is it, 11 o'clock? Would it be 5 o'clock there? Say it should be daytime. A lot of third parties, yeah, exactly, right? Like so like the abilities to kind of do a lot of these things like from a logistical point, a logistical standpoint have always been there. Like not that they've always been there. Like they are a lot more there than they used to, right? Like the fact that VGen didn't exist like in the beginning of like, you know, kind of the low modern indie VTubing scene like 4 years ago. Um Now it exists and now it's a lot easier to kind of do a lot of this stuff, right? Um and yeah, like but but people don't have the dream anymore, right? Because like the one sort of like, you know, company that can pluck you out of obscurity, and I don't even know that I would have necessarily done that, right? Like the I at the end of the day, I don't know how much, okay, theoretically, let's say the Lost V Shoujo Gen had actually like premiere like had debuted as V Shoujo, right? Like how much kind of lingering boost would that have given to them? I think some, right? Like I have seen people who have very obviously and clearly gotten like a boost from even like stuff like not going to a VTubing agency, like kind of like just, you know, it focuses like the community's like eye on them for a little bit, and then like some number of people are gonna like be very into the stuff that they're into. um but yeah, yeah, it's putting you in front of a new audience, yeah. um but it's like I don't know how strong the effect is like at this stage, right? Like I think early on there was like somewhat more of a an effective like, okay, well, I'm looking for new people to watch, right? Like I am getting my I'm dipping my toes into this like VTubing thing. It's like especially during COVID, right? Like there's like just I have 10 million hours of free time. I need to dip my toes into the VTubing like kind of scene. I need to have all these VTubers like that I want to watch. And you know, I'd like to like, you know, watch new people and like please like help me like find these new people. And I want to like be able to like commit like in a way to like having seeing their vibe, right? Like um oh, you knew of you knew in the monkeyism days. Okay. I mean, I saw the meme, right? Like I saw the American Hokage meme, but that's it, right? Yeah. There's still people getting into the hobby, yeah. And and the thing is like I think the amount of time that people have in the day like has changed. Like it's shifted massively since COVID. So it's like there's a lot of people who like had a whole bunch of like free time and had a whole bunch of like, VTubers that they needed to match up with their free time, right? And it's like and they were like trying very hard to get into the hobby like early on. And then yeah, so those people like were trying to match themselves up with new VTubers like back then, but I feel like it's not so much that like the space is like saturated exactly, but it's that like I think the there's not necessarily been a lot of kind of weird like I could be completely wrong on this. I don't know the flows and the numbers and like the people sort of getting into the like fandom now, but I do feel like the fandom is kind of like matured and sort of like crystallized around like the somewhat of the audience that it has, right? I don't know whether there's going to be like a bunch of like massive like audience expanding events, like there's not really like a kind of like the VTuber fandom per se, right? Like kind of stuff, right? Yeah, the VTubing is dying era of people stopping because they got their jobs back, right? VTubing is dying because like I'm actually very curious now whether um the bot crackdowns like um the biggest Twitch furry group, yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's like if people already I think like a lot of the reason that people don't actually a lot of the reason that people don't um gain as much by like a lot of these like castings or whatever or like groups or whatever that they used to is that most of the community kind of is already aware of everybody at this point, right? Like they're not um the people who are like into the Twitch indie scene or whatever is like aware at least a little bit of like most of the sort of like major players anyway. And so like they would have like saturated out on all of them, right? I think like there is some level of like cultural awareness of like most of the big players, and then people have claimed mostly like pick their oshis, pick the people who like feel like nice and give them warm fuzzy feelings, and like and and yeah, we have not kind of had some sort of like major like cultural event that has like caused like a an explosion into the mainstream. Like I'm looking at the sort of wins that people like celebrate, right? Like so, Iron Mouse is like 17th on Rolling Stone, and like, there's this and that, right? But like I think like the problem is that VTubing is like stuck inside a at least like the culture of VTubing, right? There are some people who use VTubers, right? Who kind of like do manage to escape this a little bit, but the culture of VTubing is kind of itself like stuck within this kind of like live streaming bubble, which is itself, in this kind of very weird space right now, right? Right? That Twitch culture, I think in some ways feels a little bit stagnant, right? That there's not a lot of like people being like, okay, like, this person is doing really interesting, fascinating new stuff on Twitch, right? Like, um, it's like the same sort of like reacts that like YouTube got stuck in like years and years and years ago, right? That I don't know, like if you go on to the top, like it doesn't feel necessarily like art, right? Political grifters, yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's like it was very interesting that like a lot of the when you're looking at the people like in COVID, right? Like who were getting the most super chats on YouTube, it was all like Hololive VTubers. And now that when you look a little bit later, like it's Hololive VTubers, like political grifters, and you know, a couple of mega churches, right? Western creative cultures. But the thing is like it shouldn't theoretically be the case that like the creative culture is stagnant. Like there is like there are interesting like individual authors out there that are making good art, right? Like I think there are people who have been able to like make good art like through the creative culture, right? Like I mean, okay, hot take, but like, you know, I don't even know if this is a hot take, but like there's a reason that I've been watching so many like random Deltarune like video essays is because I do think that like the Toby Fox like, you know, oeuvre is like I think that guy is in fact like very 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 obviously like an artist making like novel art, right? Like and like I think like the like Undertale Deltarune and the music that he's like made like separately like are very clearly like interesting like creative like artistic works, right? Like it's just that like for whatever reason, hello, the level double 11, thank you for the 22 months. Um I think that let me see. Okay, what do you guys think of K-pop Demon Hunters? Um it is interesting to me that like people are very yeah, this is the thing that one sees like over and over and over and over again where it's like, you know, oh, well, you know, they're only doing like old IPs. They're only like doing like remakes of things. They're only doing remixes of like, you know, like you know, sequels and you know, you look at a movie theater and it's like 90% sequels when it's like they used to have a bunch of like original IP, but um K-pop Demon Hunters. Okay, it is the biggest movie on Netflix of all time, and it just came out recently. It is by a Toronto-based, like originally Toronto-based, like I guess millennial Korean Canadian animator. Um, which you know that doesn't like speak to me. Okay, this is very funny, right? Um, so Turning Red and K-pop Demon Hunters were both like animated movies that were made by, you know, Torontonians who are, you know, Asian and about my age, and it's like it is like a weird way in which I was thinking about like how I related to both of these movies. That they kind of spoke to me like very intensely in some ways, and also like kind of were a little bit too familiar, right? In terms of the sort of like vibes of them, right? They felt like almost like too close to the culture that I kind of grew up in. And so I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, this is just, you know, yes, this is feels like my vibe in my life or whatever, but like, you know, it's just my vibe in my life. I think like without getting I think I can like talk a little bit about it without getting too spoilery, but basically it's like about a there's like a K-pop girl band, but they're actually, you know, fight demons. And I think like they've made this like relatively this is not like really a real spoiler, but then they end up fighting against a demon boy band. So it did not deserve the hate of God. No, I don't think it did. Yeah. And what's been happening is that the songs in K-pop Demon Hunters have now become like the most popular K-pop songs of they've like been blasting like actual like sort of like not actual but like you know non diegetic non you know uh like real is such a loaded word. It got a lot of hate. I think it got a lot of hate that it to the extent that it was like expected to be like a metaphor for menstruation, right? I think a lot of people were very like upset that like a lot of people were very upset at a lot of stuff about it, but it was very um surreal for me to like see this kind of like exact precise environment of like being that exact age of character in that exact era of Toronto, like in that movie, right? Like it's like, okay, well you are an Asian girl growing up in Toronto in X year, and it's like, okay, all right. All right, thank you for like it's like clearly, I am wandering around somewhere in the background of Turning Red because it is basically set in exactly the place that I lived and where I was. Um it's wild. Hi Arrow. Um by the way,
let's go, lesbians, let's go.
Okay. Okay. Stretch. It's good to know that one of my redeems is working. Did you hear that at all, or did it not actually play? Because I think a bunch of my audio routing is fucked. Okay, did that play? Did you guys hear that? It played? Okay, all right. Good. Hmm. Hello, Nagi. Good morning. Good morning to Snake. Um, so okay. Part of the issue too, right? Like, with you may notice that I am in a very I'm in a very unusual time slot for myself. Except what has happened basically, right, is that I have fixed my sleep schedule. Um, I have had like regular like kind of sleeping at night for the last like several like weeks, right? Like I think it is like not been a I've not been doing the crazy like flying around and like being awake in the middle of the night and like, doing the non-24 stuff. It's like I've actually been like consistently taking like various meds and like, uh finding myself like my insomnia is kind of not as bad as it was, and it's like I'm like getting into a place where it's like, oh, my sleep schedule is fixed. And so this means that like I realized like I came to a very important like self-realization about myself, right? Um my self-realization about myself, which is like very like kind of a strange thing to like realize at 35, right? Like but it's basically that um I have basically been doing my entire life by like every single like major everything that I have done, everything that I've accomplished in my life, I feel like I've been doing by exhausting myself to the point where like the anxiety part of my brain like kind of tamps down and the mania takes over, right? Like so I exhaust myself into mania and and now like I use my manic state like free of the anxiety by like just exhausting the part of my brain that is holding me back, and that is the only time that I do anything ever. And so actually the SSRI was really bad at first because it meant that like I wasn't exhausted. Like I was getting proper sleep. I was on an SSRI, so my mood was stable. And it's like, oh no, I have no idea how to do anything in this state. I don't know how to do anything now. Like what? Like I burned out. Like I was like doing everything by burning myself out before, right? And now I don't know how to do anything, right? I don't know how to do anything when like things are just my brain is just normal, right? Like. And I'm like, okay, well, I kind of have to force myself to like do this stuff when stuff is completely normal, right? Like, and I was finding like the typical thing was happening, which is that like I was thinking like, okay, well, just time myself out and then stream at like 8 o'clock when I'm exhausted or whatever, right? Or 9 o'clock or 10 p.m. And then it's like I was getting around to that time of day, and I was like, yeah, but I don't want to like burn myself out like kind of streaming and throw myself off in terms of my like sleep schedule for 10 million years and then like go and like invert or whatever. It's like I kind of want to actually just um I kind of want to like sleep you know, and get like a good night's sleep and like feel good in the morning instead of like destroying myself, right? And it's like, wait a minute. I feel good in the during the day. The problem is that I've not been able to like translate feeling good during the day into actually doing anything because it's like, oh no, I feel good. Okay, cool. Let's like do stuff that makes me feel good, like, you know, watch a bunch of Deltarune like video essays on like theories about Deltarune. And it's like, um, and it's like, wait a minute. Like I can just like turn myself into I just turn myself into just stream, right, during the day. Like during normal times when I'm like not feeling, you know, awful and burning out all of the anxiety and all this kind of stuff, right? I just do it during the day. And it was like very, very, very hard to do. But I feel like, you know, now that I've like pushed through this initial thing, right? Like I'm going to do it, right? Are the M&M meat shop stores starting to close around me? I don't know. Uh are there meat shop stores? Are there M&M meat shop stores? I only know the candy M&M. I is this a California thing? Is this a New York thing? I don't live in New York right now. Um you watch streamers and fill out job applications? Oh my god, the job application thing. Okay. Let me tell you. Part of the reason okay, let me Vancouver? Oh, I don't currently live in Vancouver. You're not sure your event. Anxiety and depression can be exhausting. Yeah, and the thing is, I was exhausting myself into being ready to stream, and of course, like what has been going on with that is like I don't actually like. I've never been to Vancouver actually. I would love to go, but like I have not been. No, but I'd been exhausting myself into streaming, and then it was like, oh well, you know, I shouldn't do that, right? Um, Wait, let me open Discord. We were actually planning to go to Vancouver, but we did not actually go to Vancouver. Things have been quite nice with Turkey. But by the way, that is the one thing is that like the relationship has been very we've been extremely we've been like a violently PDA couple, right? We've been like we have been just like we've been like holding hands and stuff and like, you know, it's been actually like I feel like I have weird like, you know, weird straight passing obnoxiousness powers, right? Like in public, right? Where it's like, okay, well, you can do all this stuff, and then people won't like kind of get too weird about it, right? It's like you know, we can just like hold hands and we can just kind of walk around, like, you know, holding like all the kind of stuff and the kissy kissy, right? Like we're just doing a lot of this stuff, right? Like it's like it's actually like kind of insane, like how much like you know, we were all right. So some of the background, right? Like I think neither of us were really in kind of like super like intense relationships for like a very very long time. Like, you know, we dated around, but like we didn't actually like kind of get into something like super serious. And then like now we're just like I think like both of us were kind of so touch starved that it's like, okay, well, like just like constantly just like spend the entire time like all day just kind of like, you know, up against each other, right? Like yeah, like it is just like it is something, right? Like I am getting a lot of my needs met, and I guess I have VTubing to thank for that. um well, like it's very cool. um Hold on. I'm bragging about it. Yeah, no, I was able to find someone like that for me in the Sigrid and Bird meet and greet line. So watch Sigrid and Bird. Can I get a shout out for Sigrid and Bird? Also, can I get a shout out for Nagi? Also, can I get a shout out for Ronan? Also, can I get a shout out for Mix? Also, can I get a shout out? Also, can I get a shout out for Turi? Also, can I get a shout out? Also, also, also. Okay. All right. Also, can I get a shout out for Hiyori? Yeah. Oh yeah, Hiyori and I hung out too, right? Um, we did actually, we spent some time together in, well, when I was in the DC concert, I went to meet up there, right? Check out Spin Snack. Congrats, Spin Snack. Yeah, Hiyori's cool. The list is so long, you forgot his first person. Well, now we shouted out Spin Snack, so like, here we go. Spin Snack is so good. We should like kind of like have Spin Snack on stream. Here, watch some Spin Snack clips. Man, I've spent so much time on this, like I haven't actually managed to let's see. Spin Snack? Spin Snack? Is Spin Snack not here? Did Spin Snack leave me? Where? Where are you? Show yourself. Show yourself! Oh, here we go. Can we get a shout out for Spring Snack? Oh yeah. Oh, DMs. DMs. I see your DM. This is Spring Snack. This is my brain. This is your brain on Spring Snack. Do you pull them in Riff Runners? Let me join you in the Game Boy. Sorry, it's not a Game Boy. In the Shrender device. All right. I want to test it and make sure that all my shit still works, right? I don't know whether it does, but like hopefully it does. All right. Okay. No, that seemed to work. That seems to work fine. Hi guys. Hello. Welcome to the place. Thank you for the water. Oh god, everything is playing all at once. It all got broken. It's a race condition. Now it's all white. Hold on, I need to press a couple buttons now. There you go. Yeep. Congratulations on the emergency spin. What? You'll use your points to test redeems? They are working. No, but yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let me schnee. Excuse me. I do think that like Blueprints is the kind of game that I think. What the hell is a combo? Is that a thing now? Is that a thing that's going out? The house stuff is working out? Oh yeah, that's true. Oh my god, what with the combo? Thank you for the bits, guys. Man, new Twitch thing. Oh my god, I don't even use TikTok. I don't know what this stuff is like. I don't know the monetization like pipelines on all these like newfangled like social media platforms. Like I know how to like use IRC and right like. It's like IRC and like vBulletin, like PHPBB, like maybe I don't know. I'm a little bit too young for Usenet, right? Like I I'm not a Usenet person. I didn't do like a BBS, but I did, there's net. The horse thing is funny, but you're not paying for bits. You're writing a network letter to the network to complain. I guess like I might, it might actually be a reasonable thing to like, do a shrimpathon. Okay, I do want to do. I want to do some sort of shrimpathon at some point, except that every single like day of the thon is just like a different kind of thon, and it's just a bad pun every day, right? So it's like, we have a shrimpathon, but it's just like, we have there's like a snuggathon day where it's like I'm just like very comfy. And we're snuggling up to stuff, and we just play like a bunch of comfy games. There's like a sting-a-thon where like, I eat a bunch of like, I do like a mukbang of like, Szechuan peppercorns or something like that. I don't know. Ah, thank you for the 60 bits. Yeah. And that hackathon, yeah. I mean, that hackathon is a thing that exists. That's apparently absolutely a thing. I think did I even participate in it at some point? I'm not sure. Everybody's doing the flips. I can have the flip the inner screen too, right? Is Q Talks like the new version of MSN IRC, like WhatsApp, like ICQ, etc., etc.? You just play my Silent Hunter. I assume that's Hunter, right? It's like Talks is like, you could be talking, but you could also be a toxic gamer. Both are possibilities, right? How's my audio now? Now, there are a few more people that have like come in. How has my audio been? How's my voice? Behold my voice. The Vox. The Vox of shrimps sounds right. Okay. All right. Yeah, so it's just like that audio processing pipeline on the onboard like digital signal processing is like terrible, right? It fucks up my voice for some reason. I don't know. Maybe my audio interface is like messed up. But it's fine now. Ah. Yeah. But blue, 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 blue. You didn't catch up? Did you catch up to it? Hello.
Hi, chat. Hi, chat.
I just got PDA'd. Amazon Prime displays of affection. I'm saying until my brain decides to like spit out some sort of like, thing to talk about. I think like the thing that I'm going to talk about is it could be Deltarune, but like I have not actually played Deltarune on stream. I don't know what like how a Deltarune playthrough on stream would work, right? How many times do they hear them in the background? Yeah. Sigurd and Bert should add that because it's completely nonsensical. Like, it doesn't actually make any sense at all, right? You haven't been bugging about math stuff? I mean, I haven't been participating in the Discord as much as I should be because I've been feeling bad about not streaming and then not communicating, and I've basically been being the silk song of VTubers. I've been silk songing you guys, right? Like I feel awful about not like being communicative enough about like the stuff that I'm going through in my silk song is happening, but so is my stream. I'm live right now. I'm live right now. That's the thing, right? Like I am live right now, so I've been silksonging you guys, right? It's like, I've been not saying anything about like where the shrimp is for like, weeks or whatever. It's like it's been kind of like it's been a problem, right? And then now I'm suddenly like, oh no, actually, like, I'm live, I'm fine, like things are okay, right? It's like I was like depressed, right? Like, okay, so let me say, okay, silk songing, because like the game like Hollow Knight Silk Song was basically like in development heaven apparently, right? So there's development hell where it's just like it gets stuck in like a development cycle for years and it's like everybody is hating themselves. But apparently this is development heaven where it's like, oh, we made like hundreds of millions of dollars from the first game. We're a small team of like a few people. And so like, we have all the time in the world. We're gonna spend a whole bunch of time on the game. We're gonna like take our time and like develop the game and like do a good job of it, and like, and then we'll release it when it's ready, and then we won't update anybody at all on like the fact that it's like, it was just, you know that was apparently what was happening. And it's just like, yeah, we're working on the game. Stuff is like just going on in the background. We're not telling anybody when the game is going to be, released, right? And the funny thing is that if Silk Song like is good, right? Like then maybe it's not gonna matter. People are gonna be like, oh yeah, that had a weird development cycle, but like, it was very funny, like how actually like their lack of communication like turned it into a whole cultural phenomenon, right? Like this unreleased, like can you imagine like if Silk Song had just been the sequel to Hollow Knight, it had released like after like 4 years, and it had been like, they had just like been like, okay, hey, we're releasing it in this style, like, it would not have like turned into the whole thing that it did, right? Um, yeah. They need to fulfill their promise to bring Silk Song and the original Hollow Knight to Wii U. Yes, yep. Cybernetic blood cells, yeah. Though this is a good thing. There's a bunch of like positive stuff happening. I did get kind of depressed about like kind of the direction that a lot of this stuff is going on, right? And I think so much of like, okay, um, there's two things that are very depressing right now, that I think have been getting to me. And it's like, one is, the global rise of fascism, whatever, like, the typical kind of stuff, right? Like, and then the other thing is, just like the way that AI is like now like destroying any sort of semblance of like human creation and truth and whatever, right? Um, it's like, it's like there's just clankers versus and this is the thing, right? It's like these two things like kind of have made me feel weird about it, but then like part of the reason that live streaming is interesting, right, is that live streaming I think still is a kind of last bastion from like the AI content slop like that is eternal, right? Like there's basically like they have tried to like do the live streaming thing, but like they have not really succeeded. And I think like the nature of like the way that like live streamers interact with their chat like means that, and first of all, like, there's Neuro, right? Like Neuro, it's like Beetle is kind of the streamer, right? It is Beetle's like performance, right? Imagine thinking they just like they're trying to even like do VTubing, right? Right? VC funding is gonna run out. I mean, there might be a crash, but that doesn't stop all the models from existing, right? Like they've already created these things, and I think like, they've like it is still the case that like, even the genie cannot be put in the bottle, and that like a certain level of like text like and writing or whatever is like we still have infinite homework machines, right? Like it just, yeah, it's Vito playing with his creation and like role playing like, Frankenstein and this kind of thing, right? Like it's okay. Hold on. We're in ads. So I'm gonna do the okay. And are people up for like the words on stream? This is another thing I can test to just see if it works, right? Or I could just like keep yapping through ads. That's fine. YouTube exists, by the way. If you need to skip ads here and like see ads somewhere else, like there is the YouTube thing. Is ads starting yet? No, it's 20 seconds I think of before ads. But like what I'm saying is that like a lot of the models. Oh, you missed like an hour. Well, I was like talking about like the implosion of. Oh, you missed like an hour, is in like the first hour of the stream. Um, apologies by the way for ads. Hello ads, ads. I have a dual stream on YouTube. Like I have a side thing on YouTube where it's like I'm back. I went to a bunch of VTuber concerts. I got emotionally stabilized by chemistry, and that was bad actually because it meant that like I was too emotionally stable to like leverage my emotional instability into like doing streams, right? That was actually the rough bit is that I have had to adapt to being able to do things when my emotional state is stable, right? That's like I apathy is like a huge problem, and I was like leveraging my manic states into like doing things like doing live streams, and it was never actually good because like it was basically every time over the past like 3 years like I've essentially like been waiting to exhaust myself into mania in order to do a stream. But yes, that was the problem, right? I got it. Yeah, it's the Menharrier thing, right? It's like you give an SSRI to a VTuber and then you just have a person on sitting around, right? Like um like I don't know. I am worried about like we even if like all of the model companies or whatever go out of business tomorrow, we still have trained these like intensely like you know we have trained these like very powerful models that like are going to that can be run on like random laptops that can just like hit people into like becoming like um it can basically induce people into like believing whatever kind of weird thing that they want, right? The funny thing is that like I'm actually not as concerned about like AI boyfriends as a lot of people are, right? I do think that some amount of the AI boyfriend stuff is like really just like relatively healthy people essentially creating self in like creating guided self insert romantic like fan fiction, right? Erotic fan fiction, right? I think that that is actually a um that is like a likely outcome of a lot of the sort of AI like or sorry not outcome that's a thing that like yes I think uh Pion I mean that I did not read like deeply into that story but like I had the impression that things were a little bit like I don't know I don't think of okay so these these generative models, right? Like these LLMs, right, are not actual people, right? Like they're sort of like machines that take inputs of like words and spit out like other words, right? Like that's like the the problem is that they kind of mimic humans to the point where people get into these like cycles with them, right? Like but they don't fundamentally act in any like meaningful way like people. Which this is like kind of basic table stakes, but like um yeah, yeah, no, I mean like from a practical perspective, this is what they do. Um, but some people like kind of get into like um what am I trying to say? People get into these sort of like amplification cycles where they um you know take whatever they like try to affirm their users, and then they take whatever tendency that the users like kind of bring to them, and they can sort of like work it out with themselves. They're kind of like, so in some sense, like they're kind of like weird like therapy workbooks, right? Like, except that they don't necessarily like give good advice or like work out like in a positive way, right? It's like you can kind of like get yourself lost in this kind of like weird fictional world that like is not like real but is like very comforting, and you can like find yourself drawn into like a like the what's fascinating to me is like when I see people like arguing these things on site like Twitter, and then they like ascribe like some motivation to them. It's like, hey, it's too, it's like, no, it's not. It's just like it's a sort of like weird averaging of all of the people that have like are in its training set, and like it's like trying to like behave like the counterparty to like people think that they've won something by like convincing the AI of something, right? Like when it's like, no, you've not, right? Like it's not, there's no reality to this beyond like the pipeline that you are like there's no change that can happen, right? And I think like to some degree that's why moving this back to live streaming, like one of the most important things that I think is important about live streaming and VTubing or whatever is as a piece of art, because I am a person, and I have like I can read, and I can like change. I have only one brain that can be molded by like what I perceive, right? Is that when you guys say things in chat, right? Like I'm looking at you, right? I'm a sorry, Blazy. This is like my own personal kind of like VTuber kind of thing that I'm like going on with, right? That's like this is where I like distinguish person and human, right? It's like people can somebody there's a subset of VTubers that are like human VTubers, but I think like basically every VTuber is a person, right? Like a shrimp can be a person if a person, like a person is kind of the thing that is a sentience and like has like the level of like they're people, right? And so I think of VTubers as like people but not necessarily human, right? Yeah. I mean, it says whatever. It's not even whatever keeps you engaging with it. It's like it says whatever its like function thinks sounds human, right? Like it says whatever it needs to not like fail the AI-ness test, right? Like it pretends to be human, right? It's a human mimicry machine. Like that's originally like the way that they were trained was like to basically mimic humans as much as possible, right? Or like, okay, well here's a like if you have a generative adversarial network, right? Like what that means is the adversarial part basically means that like you have one sort of like detective like network that is like trying very hard to suss out to see whether this is like real, which one of these is real input and which one of this is like kind of the AI output. And it's like, okay, well, as long as it can still detect that there's a difference between the two, then the GAN like punishes the AI kind of basically, right? It's not real punishment. It's just like just the weights like get modified. It gets modified if it does not produce like output that is not indistinguishable from like humans. So yeah, and the problem is that humans are um not prepared for like a machine that is like very very like aggressively mimicking them. I think like 95% of this stuff like could be solved if like we just kind of did not have I think most people's like objection is just to machines that like mimic the mimic humans, right? Like we are not worried about something like doing a regression like really fast or like being able to like do, calculations that humans are generally not able to do or like, there's a lot of like stuff that like and this is why I don't like AI, right? It's like I like to be very like um I like to just be precise about what the thing is that we're talking about, right? Because like AI is such as this kind of like weird overloaded term, right? Although in a sense, like AI is like, yeah, a machine trying to be too human, right? And even if it's like yes, Jem, if you had told me if Google was using it to basically prison me, it said no. Um I mean, I guess the thing is like there's no particular reason to trust, I guess, independently the output of an LLM, right? It's not really an entity that like is designed for trust, right? Like I know what Prism is, right? Like, but yeah, yeah, it's horror, right? And I think actually this is like a weird point. This is like the reason that like there's actually a lot of like very popular video game horror. Um, and I think like part of the reason that like video game indie horror is such a thing is that there's a million ways that you can make uh a simulacrum of human be very 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 slightly off by like having like a lower standard of like creating it, right? Like video games too are simulations of humanity, but like if you have not a lot of budget, like you can very easily kind of be like, okay, well this is like slightly off of what people expect, and so it's disturbing, right? Like this is like a good way of like doing horror is like, okay, well we don't have the budget to make this like human hyper realistic, so we're just gonna like let everything fall into the uncanny valley, and then we boom, we got a horror game. um yeah, I mean like a lot of the thing is that the LLMs don't have any particular way of like testing their hypotheses against reality, which can be a huge like issue, right? um I think okay, so um yeah, the thing that had been basically depressing me besides the other stuff is that like we've like created these things, and I don't know that like I think they're just doing like really shitty things to a whole bunch of social institutions, and I don't know that there's like any way to like put the genie back in the bottle, and I don't know what good social institutions look like with like AIs like floating around, like LMs, sorry, excuse me, LMs floating around that like people can just use whenever and like generate a whole bunch of text that like is not like real, right? Like I think that there was a fair amount of like social cohesion that like relied before on like a kind of a what the crypto people would call like a proof of work protocol, right? Like that people who are doing like some job, when people are if somebody is writing like text to you, that they put their actual kind of like human thought and effort into the text. And like now we're in some sort of like weird like arms race where people generate a whole bunch of text with an LLM, and then they respond with a whole bunch of text with an LLM, and then humans end up being these kind of like weird like conduits for like LLM communication. And it's like it's like a giant mess, and I don't know what the solution to this is. I don't know whether there's like, because the problem is that they're sort of a little bit too good at mimicking humans on a small piecemeal level too, right? Like LLMs can still like exist after this, right? Like they're not going to stop existing in the same way that like even if there's a like a you know how there's like a .com crash, like the websites and the internet are going away, right? Like even if there's a crash in funding. And you can't really put guardrails because you can just make your own LLMs now, right? Like the problem is perception of reality. If you're talking about an AI that can like generative adversarial network itself against reality, sensory stuff with reality is just too slow, right? Like you can like do a bajillion like hallucinatory simulations of reality before you can actually get a single like kind of like perception of the world, right? And we spend, you know, uh people spend like years and years and years and years and years perceiving reality, and then still most people I think don't even have these like models of the world, right? Like they don't um I don't know like how many people like actually try to like reason about the way that the world works from like first principles rather than just like, essentially like hearing what the other like language users around them are saying about how the world works and just like going along with it because it's like, okay, well, you know, there's all sorts of like big shared like, models of the universe that like are just like repeated and you can't really like check everything. And then like if you have some sort of like fundamental error about like what the trustworthiness of certain kind of sources is, and if you're like a little bit less like inclined than most people to like really like probe for like coherence in a worldview, right? Because that's the thing, right? It's like I think the way that like you can fundamentally like figure out whether something is trustworthy or not is to figure out if the worldview is kind of like internally coherent with both itself the and the world, right? Like yeah. No, Pandora's box is opened. Yeah, and the thing is like they can be pirated, right? You can run yeah, that like you can just like download this stuff onto a laptop and run it. Right? I don't know if it's easy to check if an input is from a robot, right? I would not say this is very easy. I do not think that is easy. I think that there is just like I even though most people use like LMs like as like platforms as like big homework machines, but you're just going to be able to download that, or you already can just download them and run them locally. And if like OpenAI went under or like Anthropic went under, people would just like, you know, spread them around and put them on their own like computers, right? I mean, yeah, they're open source. I mean, like pirated in the sense that like if they made them illegal or something like that. If they had like genuine legal barriers to like running LLMs, I think they would like people would just pirate them, right? People would get around them like from a most people's worldview is incoherent soup, yeah. But like this is the thing, right? Like need a you don't really need to like have a coherent like worldview. Like science, uh you know a lot of the stuff about how the world works is like kind of a luxury, right? um right, like you can third party verifications. um I don't know what you mean by third party verifications, right? Like okay, or you mean like you can't actually like prove that like a if somebody like there's certain ways of like kind of proving, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, if you trust a human, right? Like, yes. If you trust a human to not give you stuff that is like generated by an AI, right? Like, but if they hand it to you in meat space, they could still be handing you something that is like AI generated, right? Like, um, and theoretically, like, there's certain things that are now currently at this present day like hard, like, memorizing like a bunch of output, right? Um, I do think that, like, it is not clear that LLM capable implants, as you say, right, or LLM capable, like, kind of, you know, like, we already kind of have the phone device in front of our faces, but, like, if it becomes like a whatever kind of imperative to like have the phone, like, you know more in the brain layer, right? I think that will happen, and then I don't know how much humanity is left at that point, right? Like, so it worries me, right? Like, I mean, the reason that, like, part of the reason that, like, live streaming, okay, so YouTube, right? Like, let's look at YouTube. um like, there's a fuck ton of AI slop on YouTube. um but then you look at some of the stuff that gets put out there, right? And if you care about like having an actual like artistic connection with the real like person who is like um doing the video or whatever, right? You look for some signs that, like, there's like more human involvement, that, like, it's not a deep, like, there's a person that they are interacting like with their views on like different types of platforms, that, like, they're doing things that require a level of like kind of human like agency, I guess, that are not like available to LMs at the current time in a meaningful way that is like interesting, right? Like, you kind of look to see, like, if like Dan Olson like streams on Twitch sometimes, and then he has some video essays on YouTube, and like he appears and he does like interesting like kind of shots that are not all of them seem like they're like generated by a VO model or whatever, right? Like, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff where it's like, part of the problem is that, like, a lot of the stuff that like would a lot of the common formats these days, right? um well, two things, right? One is that for at least a few more months before like deepfakes get so good that it's like, okay, well, you can just generate this with VO or whatever, right? Is that having a flesh person on stream is, or having a flesh person on screen is still an okay way of like determining whether somebody is like a human being or not making a piece of content, right? Yeah. Um, and so that makes me feel kind of bad as you know, as a person who does not generally want to post face for all sorts of like, you know, valid reasons relating to, the incredible like kind of deep horror of like um niche internet micro celebrity like posting like female face on internet, like that kind of stuff is just like, um means that that's going to drive some people out of being able to do this in a way that is like credible, like, while still like, I don't know, this is like going to be a thing that like pushes a lot of people like out of doing interesting art that is like verifiably human. um but I guess that's where VTubing comes in, although VTubing itself has like this massive like barrier to entry, right? Like, I am specifically a VTuber because like this is a way to be able to like emotionally connect to people, like, with a face, but the face is like a face that is like okay for internet consumption, in the sense of like, I'm not trying to like throw up some sort of like almost inauthentic flesh face that I didn't choose, right? It's just like I'm throwing up the face that I actually like am and like, you know, embody and feel like I have I have chosen my full face and this is me, right? Um and yeah, I don't I think that we are going to get like a slop wave that is um I mean, okay. There's two bad case scenarios, right? Like one is that there is a giant slop wave and people just embrace it, and then suddenly all of the stuff that people is consuming is slop that is like algorithmically tuned to basically just like play on people's like, and everybody just, you know, falls into their own LM holes forever, and it's just that the LM hole is not just like them using like ChatGPT, but it like spreads to every single platform, and so everybody gets heaven banned, right? Like I'm gonna just like quickly do a description of that. So heaven banning is okay, there was this like Reddit like comment, I think at some point that was, or it was a comment on Reddit where it's like a hypothetical kind of like way, and this was like before LMs were really like where they are, so it wasn't like actually plausible at the time, but the idea is like, okay, well, let's say somebody's like causing some problem on your subreddit, right? Well, what if you had like a sort of like version of like banning them, like, you know, that instead of shadow banning where they don't know that their comments are not being posted, right? They post their comments, they don't know that their comment is not being posted, and um and on the other hand, you like have a bunch of like invisible to everybody else but them like responses that like essentially like in like discourse with them and talk to them until, you know, they and so they think that they're getting a whole bunch of engagement. They think that they're like having this like big conversation on the Reddit thread with some person, but actually like they're in their own sort of like single instanced like LLM like, you know, wire machine, right? That you put them in a box that makes them happy, and but happy, by the way, might not be happy, but happy might be like they're fighting with people, right? Like literally, actually, I think the worst like kind of outcome of this is that you put them in a box where they get to argue with people who are like, you know, unreasonable like uh examples of like whatever ideology they don't like, right? Like that they are, you know, somebody is like causing trouble, and so you make up like a guy for them to argue with, and then they argue with a person, and then like if the YouTube algorithm ends up like favoring a lot of this like AI generated content, and like if we end up having deepfakes that are like basically indistinguishable from human made content, then maybe what ends up happening is that we get trapped, not, it's not even like a filter bubble where we have other humans to be with. It's like where the entire internet just becomes like, you know, you dive into this and you're basically playing this like auto-generated single player game where like everything is a deep fake, and you're just like, you know, all the things that you consume on the internet are just like kind of just completely like, you know, fake like bots, and like, you know, you're just like in a weird like echo chamber of like that has been constructed around you, and like it's like this horrifying like Brave New World. And this is the thing that has been depressing me. This is actually like kind of the thing that has, I think, been depressing me more so than like seeing like the stuff that has been going on in terms of like this is how the internet dies, with everybody just talking to like ghosts, right? Like, right? Yeah, and this is how like Twitter is kind of like starting, right? Like and then so the question is like, how do you, like, the internet is useful, right? um how do you do anything about this, right? Do you just like hang out with people at homes and like chill there and play board games? Do you not get content, right? I want to internet, right? Normies ruined it, yeah. Don't engage it, yeah. But the thing is like I am, you know, trying to be you know, I think like kind of like what the VTuber thing is, like part of it is that like a lot of people are diving into like niche subcultures that are like not highly marketable, right? Because then you have less slop in those things, right? Like so the problem is that like the moment that anything becomes marketable in this like new age, right? Like the moment that somebody sees a market niche, like they swoop in and then they try to like turn it into this kind of like weird like, you know, horrifying echo chamber of just like, you know, if they can see any buck to be made. But then it's not even like having a buck to be made because like people don't just like, you know, look for money out of this stuff. There is like some sort of weird human tendency where it's like if you are getting like weird like artificial and completely like, you know, non-lucrative engagement out of your like AI like, you know, generated slop, you still feel responsible for it. And like I don't know, it's poisoning the it's just this kind of like, you know, black like the gray goo. It's everybody being turned into nanomachines except that like they're kind of being turned into like weird wire heading machines, right? Like yeah. Yeah, and it's like driving a whole bunch of people into madness, right? I wonder I wonder whether um I wonder whether some of this is actually like, you know, there's a weird silver lining to this, and that a lot of the kind of like worst and like the people whose like worst tendencies are amplified by this kind of stuff just end up in their own kind of like tiny holes, and then they don't actually like, you know, go outside of the holes, and then so they're just screaming on the internet, and this you can just like wander away, and then like they don't actually you don't actually run into them in reality at all, right? Yeah, yeah, cyber psychosis, yeah. The thing is that social media psychosis is a thing too, right? It's like happy containment. No, containment. Ayo! It. We did it, guys. We finally did it. It turns out that the ending is that humanity was the SCP all along, and now they are being contained. This is how we contain the SCP SCP-001. It's humanity. It is being contained. They're being put in the box, like they're, you know, this is like, you know, they're in a, you know, class C containment chamber where they're like fed a continual like, you know, version of like very custom AI you know, slop all the time, right? And it's like they just like kind of like get angry at the thing, but then it's fine. I was like, we are the SCP. This is like, you know, it's done and dusted. This is our like particular like, you know, this is our Keter class of, I don't know what the tag is, right? Like, you know, here we go, right? Uber niche hipster cultures. Yeah, you subdivide yourself into uber niche hipster cultures that don't make any money because like the moment they make any money, that they get AI slop, right? Like even at the fucking Hololive concert, they were not actually able to like get away from it because they used AI art for like one of the backgrounds, like probably multiple of them, but like, you know, if you haven't abstract enough, then you can't actually tell, right? But like, you know, they literally like had AI for the second time, right? Somebody just used AI art to generate a background, right? And then they were pissed off about it, but what are they gonna do? They're just trapped in this like kind of like capitalist hole, right? Yeah. Yeah, and this is the thing. I don't think that the arguments against AI art should be like, oh, it's bad, or you know, it's like, you know, I think that it's very important not to get like kind of fixated on the wrong criticisms when it comes to like, you know, the AI stuff, right? Like I think like there's, you know, like saying, oh, it takes up too much power, or it does this or it does that. Like, it's like I don't think that that is actually the kind of like the real kind of problem with it, right? I mean, those are problems, but they're like kind of solvable problems, and like a, you know, like you know, the way that you solve more power consumption is you build more solar, right? And there is actually more solar, right? We are building more solar. I mean, the US is fucking up on that, but like, you know, China is building more solar and they're training a lot of the models. And so like I think just like you build more solar, you train more models, and that's basically kind of it. Like so like the environmental concerns, it's like I'm not like so I think like they are a little bit of a distraction from like what the true sort of like issue is, the one that I'm really really worried about, and that is the sort of like the direct effect of like the social rot, right? And I think the art isn't even going to stay bad. It's just not going to have people, right? It is not going to have humans. Right? You're just gonna be stuck in a hole forever. Art is quintessentially human. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Like the whole point of art is that there is a human that is like being a human, right? It is a way of humans being humans, right? Because like all of the other things that we do in society, right? Those can be kind of like automated, right? Like there is a like, you know, there's no particular reason that we need to like do a lot of like, you know, farming or like manufacturing or whatever without machines, right? Like I think like I think it is fine basically to automate like everything else, but I think if there's like a the sort of like um basically, right? Um automation robot heaven, right? Like the sort of like fully automated robot heaven basically is one where robots automate all of the sort of like, you know, necessities of life, and like, you know, get really good at medicine, and you know, just do all of the stuff where it's like you know, all of the stuff that like gets in the way of like art. uh you know, it gives you all of your kind of like nutritional value, but like in a way where like humans can still like do like cooking art, right? Like, and it's like art is the sort of final like most evolved form of like what humans do, right? Like in a post scarcity world, it's like what do people spend their time going around? They go around like doing art, right? Like, and now we're kind of doing it all weird and wrong, where it's like, you know, okay, well, we're having like the human beings like do get replaced in like their art, or like kind of like do art that is like very like inauthentic and like not actually like we're having AI take over being human to each other, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
Chat, we interrupt this AI doomerism to bring you shrimp nudes.
thank you. The nudes are vermicelli. Yeah, yeah, cleaning the problem is that a lot of the physical like labor stuff is like actually very hard to automate. Because like again, you can't actually like engage in stuff in the real that's Turi, who is my uh, my flesh boyfriend, who I met via the Sigurd and Bird meet and greet line. You guys should watch Sigurd and Bird, because you can get a GF or a BF or whatever your preference via, you know, watching VTubers. Did you know? Or both, or NBs. Yeah. Oh. Yes. So, Chiron, I believe that this is the reason why Vettel is like basically the only like successful LLM like streamer in some sense, right? Because I think like Vettel was actually able to understand the medium in a way that basically everyone else was not able to, right? This is delicious. Vettel's process is the art, right? It's not even that he's transparent in his process, is that his process is the art. It's being a puppet master, it's also being a dad, right? Like, he is, like, the AI, like, Nero is role-playing a human, but Nero is, like, role-playing a human that is, like, changing, right? And that's the other thing, right? Is that meaningfully the stuff on that happens on the Nero stream is high stakes in the sense that, like, you know, there are actual, like, stakes for Nero in that, like, Nero as a sort of, like, very specific instance that is, like, programmed, like, yeah, it's not even that AI is a tool, but it is kind of like an art form around the AI, right? Um, um, like, the nature of the AI is the art, right? Um, and if Nero does something on stream, right, Vidal is watching, and Vidal will, like, update it to, like, change based on like the nature of, like, how, you know, things happen, right? So as a chatter on a Vidal stream, right, you are able to, in fact, like, influence the development of this thing, right? Like there is an actual human process there where this person is, like, changing and developing and growing, like, growth. That's the thing, right? I think here, like, yeah, it's Dr. Soong. It's a father figure, right? But it's like the kind of beleaguered dad, right? Like, who's, like, having the child run through the aisles and, like, you know, toss all of the crap off of the yeah, it's the terrible twos toddler kind of thing where it's like the AI runs through the aisles and, like, knocks all of the, like, laundry detergent off the shelves, and you're like, oh god, we're gonna have to potty train you or whatever, you know. It's like this kind of, like, thing, right? All right, have a good going, I guess. Like, I don't know what the right word for this is, right? And the main thing, right, I think the one of the biggest important things, right, is that, like, they're not trying, like, Nero is not really trying to, like, he is not trying to, like, pass off AI art as, like, a, you know, a substitute for, like, human art, right? He is trying to complement human art with it, right? Hmm. It is not merely a, you know, I could have expressed my humanity, but I didn't want to, right? Yeah. Anyway, yes. So I am doomering about this. Um, I'm doomering about this particularly basically because I'm a content creator, which is a word that I kind of hate, but, like, you know, is what's going on. And yeah, pain. How does this topic start? This is what I've been depressed about. This is kind of part of the reason I have not been streaming much over the last, like, few weeks is because I got very depressed about, like, the nature of, like, you know, AI and the world, right? I'm kind of like, I've been hit, like, in the past year with a bunch of, like, very depressing events, and part of them is just, like, the way that, like, these LLMs have been, like, culturally, like, affecting the world, right? There's obviously, like, the American political situation and the world political situation. Let's be real. Like, I think, like, UK, you got some shit going on there that's, like, not great. Um, yeah. Yes, it's a performance art thing with the machine, and, like, all Twitch streams are performance art. Um, you assumed I was moving to Canada. I mean, that does not mean that I am not, you know, depressed about the American political situation, right? Like, um, long before I actually lived in the US, I was like, wired into the American political situation because as a prime minister once said, it is like an elephant like dancing with a mouse, right? Yeah. And a big part of the reason, by the way, that I got my US citizenship was to be able to have the option to move to Canada without losing my ability to be there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I am looking at a lot of the stuff that they're doing with like the changing like process, and I am glad that I got it when I did, right? Um, yes. So Canada and the US don't care. Um, the main difference is that um the tax situation is more complicated if you have a US citizenship. I was Canadian to begin with. Yeah, I acquired US citizenship, and then I'm moving back to Canada, and the idea is that I don't want to cut myself off. Okay, here's how the situation works, right? So beforehand, I was on permanent residency in the US. And the thing about permanent residency is that you can lose it if you move outside of the US for more than like, 6 months or a year, right? Like, and so I wanted to be able to move away from like the US long term without like losing my ability to, because like if you lose your permanent residency, you basically start over from scratch. And then part of what happened was that like, you know, there are a couple of places that like some places in East Asia do care strongly about multiple citizenships, right? China does, like Japan does, Korea kind of does in some ways, right? Yeah. Um yeah, like you can't even get a lot of like merch from places. They got rid of the de minimis exception, right? But yeah, like I now that I'm an American citizen, I can leave and not lose my ability to live here ever. Mm. So I'm like eating. By the way, public service announcement. PSA for everybody. Because I ran into this actually, and I was able to help somebody. If you have some Canadian in your line, in your like family line, like kind of 3 generations back, or even 2 generations back, or like some grandfather who was like born in, you know, Ontario or something like that, right? Um, and you looked into it at some point in the past, and you're like, oh, I'm not Canadian because it's too many generations back, or like, I never really looked into it or whatever. Um, you are now, as of relative very recently, able to acquire Canadian citizenship, and you know, especially for the US, but probably for some number of other countries as well. Acquiring your Canadian citizenship basically has no downsides unless your country cares about like uh dual citizenship for some reason, right? Like, acquiring a Canadian citizenship basically has nothing bad about it, right? And it gives you, like, if the situation in your country gets spicy and you don't really like it, like what's going on there, like it gives you like a place that you can leave to, that you can, like, yeah. So that's a PSA, especially for Americans. I was talking to somebody about this, and it turned out that she had like a grandfather or like a great grandfather who was born in Canada, and like it had not even been considered as a possibility. And it turns out that like actually, you're now able to become Canadian. This was not the case before. So if you looked into this like back in the day and it was not possible before, then um that's one thing. But like now it is possible. It has changed. Do you know how far back? Like unlimited, basically. Like I think people apparently have been successful doing this like before Canada was a country. As long as like the person was born in the territory of what is now Canada, right? Um Born or naturalized as a Canadian, right? What do you need to prove this? There's all sorts of like different kind of stuff that you can use. I think like you can do like genealogy research and you can find like kind of records of like somebody being born in a place. Like you can look into like, you know, people have been like doing all sorts of like just the typical kind of genealogy research stuff, right? So hold on. Um all right. I think that I should probably figure out. Oh, you have homework? Do you have Caillou, do you have like Canadian does this apply to you? Does this PSA apply to you? Like you have like several generations back, like some Canadian in your family tree, in your direct lineage? Yeah, maybe. Hello, Ryder. Hello, Raiders. Hello. Welcome. I am still in my just chatting section after like 2 hours. Lords of the Mid. Is it Lords of the Fallen, but it's mid. Um, I'm eating Lords of the Mid. Nice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I was giving a PSA, by the way. If you have some sort of Canadian heritage or whatever, anywhere back in your lineage, you can now become Canadian, and it does not really come with a lot of like uh downsides for most people. But hello, knew some Scottish that went over to Nova Scotia. Okay, that would work. That's in your like direct like lineage. Did you have at least one gen born in Nova Scotia? Like some of your ancestors? Because if you had one gen born in Nova Scotia way back in the day, like, you know, or if they naturalized while they're in Nova Scotia as a Canadian, like that might count. That like might very well count, and you might be able to get your Canadian citizenship, and then you can move to Canada. And now, if you move to Canada, if you move to Ontario, for example, then you have instant health care, right? Healthcare immediately, right? They're better shooters than nearly all the U.S. military personnel. Well, it's because they have all, you know, they have, you know, they grow up with like healthcare coverage, and so instead of getting some sort of like, you know, weird fast food job or whatever to grow up with, like they can just play Overwatch and find out. Oh yeah, no. If you're European, like you know, if you're not worried about it, like it's not something that you have to worry about. But like you know, there's a lot of people, especially who are. I don't know. I think of people in like kind of people from cold places. I think are much more likely to be like good at this kind of thing, right? Because like you spend a lot of time kind of indoors doing this kind of thing, right? It's a spicy take, but hi guys, hi Raiders. I'm a mantis shrimp YouTuber. Um, let me exit my little like my thing. Um, let's see. Mm. Hi guys. Oh. Bum, bum, bum. Way. I'm bad apple too. Oh. Mm. Sorry, I'm gonna be like chewing a lot because like I got this very delicious vermicelli like pork noodle stuff, but like it's delicious, but it's also like very Mm. Oh shit. Crap. Can I card stream without Minesweeper? Oh shit. Fuck. Alright. It is, you're correct that it is not a Kari stream without Minesweeper. Been a while. Okay. There you go. Okay. I can move it over a little bit. Yeah, I got the bits, right? Like, I assume I got the bits. Do we do flags or no? Let's see. It's been, I'm actually like weirdly rusty on this. It's been, in fact, a fairly long amount of time. So trying to do it with flags are fine. Okay, but now I've like started doing without flags, so like, so now I need to continue. Maybe I'm like maybe I'm better at this when I'm in a manic state. Interesting. Okay. Well, you know, here we go. Let me move my head out of the way. Okay, here. You should be able to see more of it now. Yes. This is actually a good thing because it means that I can wait until after the next ad break to do blueprints. I do not have to like wait an entire ad break. Okay, at the Hololive concert, they did a thing of the song. They did a group song of the song "Suspect," which I think was popularized to everybody from the Hall Cure game, right? So it was very interesting. Like, kind of, they've just taken this like song, and then by using it as BGM in a video game that like ended up being like very popular. It's just been completely retextualized for everybody. Like, they're just like the game blueprints are making blueprints to create the game blueprints, but like it's the same thing. I need to build a weapon to surpass Maple Gear. Okay, this is a 50-50. Okay, cool. I won the 50-50. So jazzy. All right. Here's a question for you guys. Do you find, in general, if you've listened to it, do you find generally that Hololive music is good, okay, you know, better than J-pop, worse than J-pop? Like, kind of, do you like J-pop in general? Do you not like J-pop? Do you prefer K-pop? Do you prefer like other genres of music? Do you feel like it's not? I don't know. What's your sort of opinion about the VTuber music scene? Are there other VTuber musicians like indies or whatever that you like their songs better? Like, you know, what's your vibe when it comes to like, um, you like Issa. Issa is good. Issa is quite good. I was very happy to be able to see Issa in concert in Los Angeles. So that was one of the concerts I did go to. It takes inspirations from other genres. Yeah, it's like kind of K-pop like that way, right? Like J-pop is a lot more insular than K-pop, right? And I think like I for complicated like upbringing and cultural reasons, right? Like I think I tend to be like a little bit sort of like less like chomping at the bit to like consume like Korean media, right? Because it's like it's got some amount of complicated like personal feelings for me. But I do think that like K-pop is probably like does a lot better job of like being an actual like truly international kind of medium and that takes a lot of good ideas from other places, right? It is not so full of itself in some way that like it's just like doing its own music culture thing and not like looking to other influences for good stuff, right? Like you haven't have it hit like whatever, yeah. You like Issa and Bao. I'm trying to remember if Bao was one of the concerts that I went to. I think Bao was at a concert, but I think not one of the concerts that I went to. It is wild, like given how I typically interact with Bao's content now is like how Bao was actually like started out as a musician, basically, right? Michi has had some like songs you've been enjoying. That makes sense, right? I think music is definitely like a big part of this kind of like music is something that I've neglected a lot. Um would I want to, you know, think of like music as something that's not just like available to like the top sort of like, agency people, right? Like and I like to do some music. Hey, here we go. Nice. Hey, let's go. The Bao Cali Emily takedown cover. Why do I feel like I already heard it? I don't know why. I don't know why it seems like familiar already. So I guess that's the thing, right? Like, so all of the everybody, all your forces combined, like Calliope Mori, Bao the Whale, and Amelie, like covering a song from K-pop Demon Hunters. Like, here we go, right? Old rock and metal. Oh yeah, yeah. I think there's some good um excuse me. Eating. Did we hit ad break? I feel like we're aggressively you know, coming in on ad break. Oh, we are in ad break. Okay, never mind. Right. Yeah. No, I mean the idol industry is like problematic in a lot of ways, right? It's interesting, by the way. I don't know when you have some sort of scandal that happens, right, Peon in an industry. Does it make you feel a lot better about it? Like if it comes out that the company basically doesn't exist after the scandal, right? Like, does V Shoujo ceasing to exist like make you more or less inclined to like watch the people who were in V Shoujo? That's a question. Because V Shoujo was being like very kind of very much a problem for its like talent. So hmm, right. Well, sorry. Yeah, fair enough. And this is a fun thing, right? It's like if Shoujo wasn't doing enough for their talent, then like this is a reason where it's like you look at them leaving Shoujo, and you're like, oh well, like I guess like it's kind of a sign about how little Shoujo was doing because you're not like lamenting, oh no, they don't get to do the Shoujo concert anymore, or they don't get to do the Shoujo this, or they don't get to do the Shoujo that, right? Because there was no Shoujo this or Shoujo that. Like, it didn't exist. They didn't do anything. I'm like, thanks, Arrow. Like, you're a second for people having difficult time. Well, welcome to my stream. Sorry, the food. Of course, I picked the chewiest thing ever. Right? Oh yeah. Bad voice direction can be like so incredibly horrific, right? Yeah. Like bad. Like it can be so bad. Yeah, those blueprints. I've literally never opened this game. I did not do any sort of test to see, make sure it would work. I just like downloaded it and installed it right before the game, right before this started. So I guess we're just gonna do this, right? Um, not gonna on effect is that like a manager LGS has started to come to Friday Night Magic and the most generic hoodies and shirts. And it's because his outfits are all V Shoujo. Oh my god. Okay. When Giga announced her departure, that Vishojo was failing to demonstrate they're providing a value proposition big enough to cover their take. Yep. And especially their take turned out to be what? Bigger than before. Capitalism doesn't allow that. Well, I think capitalism allows it. I think these are operating at a scale where they are just individual human beings and that they're able to actually like be humane and empathetic. Hold on. Where let me figure out a way to capture this. Does this work? No? Hold on. Hold. Hold. Hold! Can you hear the game? Is it too loud? Is it quiet? BGM still running? Turn off BGM. Try this. There you go. How is the audio of the game? Probably okay? A little quiet? Talent managers in California have to be licensed to guard. Yeah. I mean, it's still talent management, right? The problem is Giga like will point out like repeatedly and like well as a lot of other people point out, right? Up a little bit? Okay. Is that talent peripheral content creation does not make enough money to support basically more than like a couple of people's, except at the extreme like higher end of things, right? Like the way that like it is not really integrated into the sort of like capitalist like funnel pipeline or whatever, right? Like the typical kind of like VTuber or whatever, like or even like streamer, right? Unless you are like right at the top of the thing, like you cannot actually like support a staff, right? And maybe like one person can like support, maybe like several people can support like one or two like part-time like assistant staffs or whatever. Well, they make merch, but they don't really have the distribution like channels and also like VShoujo was not really making enough merch, right, to actually support the talent to that kind of level, right? It's like at the end of the day, like, you know, even with merch, even with a lot of those other like pipelines, like you're not actually making that much money. So I have been sort of told things about this game that indicate that I would like, you know, enjoy it a lot, and I am very I am basically minimally spoiled. I have watched like a small snippet of somebody playing the middle of this, and then like I otherwise like know basically nothing about it. I know kind of vaguely that it's a roguelike and that it is a, you know, tile placement game. And that's about it. And like the stuff from like the Steam description, like it's like you can walk and, you know, and that there's puzzles, right? Yeah, the profit margin is generally like too narrow to support a lot of dedicated staff, except at the very, 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 very high ends. And this is like the weird thing about Hololive is that they're able to actually create a bunch of like talent that like they're able to like manufacture winners in some ways.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate,
This is very Clue.
Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament,
Yeah.
and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made.
But even
by
places
me.
like Hololive don't really have like super like elaborate models, for example.
I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P.
Yeah, there's no money in VTubing.
son of my dear
The game's too
niece,
loud? Okay, hold on.
Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in, and to the house
How about now?
and land
How's it doing compared to me?
near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45th.
Open a Google Doc. Okay.
The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor.
Sure.
But I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide
There's no moat, and people. There's a little bit of a moat.
of my will,
Okay.
then this gift shall
Okay, how about now?
lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 8th
How about now? Is that good?
March 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
Part of the thing that was going on in like early COVID was that there was more of a moat, right? And so there were fewer people like flooding into this space. I do think that there is much more of a moat for around VTubing than there is for live streaming in general, right? Because you need to at least like create a character or something like that, right? Like there is like more of a technical mode, and there's more of a mode around. There's moats around like various different types of like streams, right? Like. Yeah, before VTube Studio kind of like has changed the way of the moat, right? Okay. I'm gonna try to see whether if I alt tab, is it gonna fuck stuff up? Am I covering? No, I'm not covering up any UI elements. Let me see. I think I want to open. Let's see. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. I think we're good to go. I believe. Birds. This mix all along. Well, I'm gonna change my. I can walk out. Entrance hall, rank 1. Searching the estate can be exhausting. Each time you enter a room, you'll lose 1 feet. You must call it a day. Okay. Open only in the event of my death. Okay, well, he's died. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the quest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you nothing could be further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there's a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel I should bring to your attention. No tools or items may be brought onto the estate from the outside. Tools and items found in the estate may not be taken off the estate. You may not stay overnight. I do not suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the success of the previous day. One final word of advice. Do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grounds have provided me a home for the last half-century, and even I am uncertain about which room lies beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads, abandon the path, and go where you want it to lead. With all my love and wishes, best of luck, Herbert S. Sinclair. Okay. They want to focus more on live streaming, and Hololive wants to put their effort towards the other things they have more margin on, like voice packs and concerts. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, they can generate some of the long tail, right? And yes, like they make event revenue. It is interesting to like look at something like Hololive because they have here we go. The Mount Holly blueprint. Useful map and inventory log. You may access the blueprint menu by pressing tab. The room before, the mysterious room resting on the 9th rank. I see. Room 46. The mysterious room, named only by number. It's only 45 rooms. A 46th room exists. Primary objective on the estate is your bequest. Rarity rumored. Rarity NA. Type blueprint objective. Okay. Entrance hall. Permanent blueprint. Okay. Bedrooms, hallways, green rooms, shops. Red room! Red room! Red room. Okay. That's the man's. Queen of Diamonds? I guess, hold on. Okay. The hand is holding a Queen of Diamonds in the entrance hall. Maybe I should, like, make the map of this, right? Like... Is that an ace of spades? Yeah, it looks like an ace of spades, yeah. Okay. This is the thing about it being exhausting. There's a clock. And the time is... current time is 8... 41, right? I assume this is the kind of stuff that, you can always screenshot things. That's fair. As long as you give your supporters the indies, you're helping making VTubers all over the world. Yeah. No, I think indies, like, it makes sense, but it is good to have the... Okay. In a healthy industry, it is good to have, like, a combination of both the high end and the low end. Like, just to have, like, a lot of stuff... Like, a lot of the innovation, like, happens at, like, the higher end in some industries, right? But it can get into a problem, right? I don't feel like we're really, like... I don't feel like we're really properly doing that here so much, right? Alright. Got the bedroom. Eepy. The trunk is locked. Is that his wife? She's a moon. Moon pendant. Was it Helga? Is that her name? Reddington. Okay. And it's a top hat and a safety pin. Interesting. I'm gonna basically go until I find something that is more obviously a puzzle. And then I'll sort of have a better idea of like... Well, guest bedroom will be... nice. Oh, there's a gem. Nice. And horse. Alright. Sinclair, just wanted to write you a quick note. Thank you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Evanson. There should be a streamers union. Against the platforms, yeah. The platforms are the consistent thing, right? Like, whether you're Hololive or whether you're, like, you know, here, right? Like, it's YouTube and Twitch that are, I guess, the platforms. I don't know that, like, VTuber Union would be the way to go, but, like, I think a VTuber Guild, in some sense, right? Like, would be interesting. But I don't know, like, it's hard to adapt a lot of these, like, older structures to, like, modern... you know, zero moat kind of like, you know, small business kind of things. It's like, okay, there could be like an Uber, I don't know, it's like, it would be like having an Uber union, which is kind of a thing that I guess you could do, right? Copyright strikes, yeah. Indies don't have Hololive lawyers. They do, there are lawyers that specialize in indie VTubing, right? Or that specialize in the VTubing and then have indie VTubing packages. Like, there's literally a lawyer that had a booth at Offkai. Oh. Billiard room. Darts. Mathematical puzzles with the billiard room. Okay. It wants to make a billiard room. Okay. Wait, do you get it every time you move through? Huh. Alright, let's get a parlor. Parlor. This statement appears on another box. The blue box is empty. This statement appears on another box. It was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it had been quite a while since we'd been seen in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit 3 boxes of different colors. The particulars of the game, I have included with this letter all the details that you share. There will always be at least one box that only displays only true statements. There'll only be one that like displays only false statements. One of the box has a prize within the other 2 are always empty. So I think this is a pretty easy version of it, right? So these are true, right? Which means that this must be false. Which means that, you know, this is in the blue box. The blue box has a thing in it. Do I have a device that I can use to open it? Okay. Excellent. Simple puzzle. Simple truth puzzle. Nice. The Waymo union, yeah. Okay, guys, let me figure out, just give me a hot second. I need to, like, figure out how to get chat, next to my notes document. Okay. The Brotherhood of Virtuals. We should, like, have a Brotherhood of Virtuals. Laboratory. I don't have a dollar. Corridor. Did I draft wrong? There's stuff. Not a lot in this corridor, is there? Chapel? I don't have any money to lose, though. It's a bishop. I was looking at a meme the other day that was like trying to relate. It was a Deltarune meme because I had been on the Deltarune like kind of like thing. But it's like all of the different like names for the bishop piece in like other languages. It's like jester and like, you know, flag bearer and what was it, like the fool, the yeah. Like every European language like seems to have a different name for this piece. Right? The third one chatter always lies, the other chatter tells the truth, the other chatter just spams emotes. I guess the one star for each time you've drafted observatory. Okay. Den is nice. There's a pawn here. Okay. There's a person rowing. Is that a candlestick? I'm not finding... Oh, there's a gem. There you go. The time is advancing slowly, right? I guess while I don't have money, I should probably go back and draft the other two rooms. While I still can sort of get to them. Oh, nice. Food. Please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we should have been informed that we may have extra guests exploring the house next week. 50 steps should mean more than enough, though I think even spread should be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. There's an egg timer. I just had an apple, I guess. Hold on. Interesting. Okay. Rank 1 pantry. Okay. There's a ladder, but it doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Am I missing anything? Probably not, right? Oh. Nice. Spare room? Hold on. Actually, this gives me a way to avoid the chapel, I think. Does it? No. The chapel always gates everything. Okay, I could not get that through. Nope. I am giving unto you my money. Ah, my boudoir. Nice. Ooh, there's a key. Chat, come into my boudoir. Blue shoes? Nope, there's a... Ah, Christmas! Also, Also, this is a request to Turi to, like, I'm hearing an echo of myself, and it is sending me into a tizzy. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. Is it, if there's any way that it can be listened to, in a slightly further room? God says maybe. Alright. What's in the safe? I should figure out what the code is of the safe. Is there some manner of... It's Christmas time, right? And the safe was a Christmas gift, right? Is it 1225? Is that... Is this Deltarune? Blue shoes? There's like a... Can I crank it? I can't crank it. Might as well do, like... Merry Christmas! Nice. Yeah, it really is Deltarune. Herbert, I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marian's disappearance from the public record. It is no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible. But I am shocked that you have so little regard for your niece that you would play the king's scullion and stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life, and all you could do is think of your name. Having never had a family name, nor fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifices she did. But for the love of God, do not by that same display of weakness clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further. Our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid, and must be made to see the color of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son, Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year, Daniel. Ouch. Well, back to the den it is. New room. I guess, there are no options except for the observatory. Because I am running low on openings. There we go. The Fixed Stars, the Stargazer's Companion to Constellations by Richard Witt, Veneris. Okay. This book contains a complete starbase, a list of constellations, the observed effects. Different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one. The book's solid base for astronomy can be easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joy of stargazing. North Star, 1 gold. The twins, 2 trunks have been added to the entrance hall. The slice, 3 steps. Diamondus minor, 1 gem. The Southern Cross. Rooms with 4 doors are more common. Farmer's apples. Clavis, the key. Draxus, the dead. Dead end rooms are more common today. Diamondus major. The sale. Everything's 50% off. The sale. L'Orealis. Okay. An ivory dye. Nice. I'm dye. Thank you forever. Oh. Spin the wheel. Oh. Is it not pushing further? Hold on. Hold up. Oh, I can sprint. Okay. Good to know. Hold on. Is there, have I been jealous before? Probably not. Yes? Yes. I think so. No, I think I've been jealous. I think it's fair to say that I've been jealous. There are times that I have felt jealousy. It is a thing. Alright, let me maneuver this into place. And now, it's in place, I can look through. It's a star, the North Star. Great. I got a money. I don't know how the star gives me a single dollar, but like, you know, I guess it happened. Is there anything weird about these, like, globes? Oh, it's another Queen of Diamonds. Nice. Can I rotate these? It's this guy. He's been drawn. I love when they draw people in the drawing room. Oh, there's a lot of drawings. Oh, everything is being drawn. There we go. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans. From there, there are some items and rooms that allow you to redraw if you don't like your initial 3 options. Nice. I can tee-hee-hee-hee draw. Alright. Gotta redraw, yeah. That's pretty good. Oh, security. Oh, hey, I got to see myself. I didn't know there were cutscenes. Very brooding. I think it's like very, like, there's all sorts of things. It's like there's jealousy and like it's not even just like romantic relationships, but like Like, even romantic relationships that you're in, right? Like, I think you can feel it. And I don't think it's, like, at all... There's, like, a way in which, like, fear of missing out is, like, a very similar emotion to jealousy. So... And a way in which, like, jealousy is just, like, a kind of fear of missing out, but when it comes to your own partner. Oh, that's fun. The way it's kind of moving around. Blue memos are true. Red memos are lies. Oh. Does that mean that the Daniel thing was a lie? Or no, those are blue memos. This is a voice memo that is blue? I don't see anything on those memos. I can't pick up these tapes, I think. Oh no, I can type things. Welcome to Mount Holly Security. One trunk. Yes, there's one key. Main menu. Security doors. Keycard system settings. Maybe I want it to be medium? Is this where breaker boxes come in? I have seen that there exist breaker boxes. I guess this is like a thing where it's like, okay, well, you have some keycards doors, and then you get the breaker boxes, and then the breaker box, like, turns off the power, and then I think that's the thing, right? Like, that's my guess for how this stuff works, right? Let's see. Can I redraw? I've spent all my gems on this passageway, this down passageway. Looks like there's a breaker here. Man, why is he so blaster? Why is he better than soccer? Yeah. I mean, okay. That is a thing that I kind of do, is that I, like, kind of direct my, I direct it onto myself, right? I do get that. You can't spin these, can you? Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. This is, that's a lie, right? That's a lie, is it not? It's definitely a red memo. I got a little nook. Oh, coupon book, nice. Save one on each purchase. As you continue, you might want to get some notes, a journal. Hold on. Blue memos, truth. Red memos, lies. Notes, no. Screenshots, yes. They're like peas in a pod. Should I screenshot every painting, I guess? I'm gonna be doing some spot the differences. Well, this looks like this. And this looks like, okay. That's kind of fun, actually. If you look at this, right? This mountain looks like this, like, shelf. And then these peas look like this little jukebox chest thing, right? That's kind of fun. East Wing Hall. I guess it is an East Wing Hall. Nice. And I don't see anything here. I'll just grab a corner room. And I guess we get a storeroom as the corner room. Money. Key. And gem. All right, we filled out our entire thing, right? And we have one, like, thing to go there, and it's like it's a little bit spooky because, like, you know, I don't have a lot of openings out of there, so hopefully I got a 3 opening room, right? But anything in this box? Dog tag with 10 on it. Let's see. Right. There is a chest, right? Isn't it in the... Was it in the parlor or was it in the entrance hall? Anybody remember where the chest was? It was in the boudoir. Oh, here's a red memo. Until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. The antechamber is locked, I guess, right? Like, that's true? Keycard access security guards are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. Okay. Payroll for all live on the seasonal... Okay. One of the electric computers. It is important that you do not fail to clock in and out of one of the electronic computer terminals in the estate. Security and the laboratory. Oh my god. Okay. Terminal password is... Okay. Alright. Parlor or bedroom, I think. And it's poorly redacted, yeah. It's poorly redacted, but it is... I still can't personally read it, I guess. I don't know. It may be possible to read. Are there any other memos here? Well, let's use... Okay. Oh, God. Well, dining room seems like the right way to go. I don't have the keys to do anything else. I'm running out of stuff, man. Close to rank 8. Sure. Sure. I know it has a gem requirement, but like... Shovel! Let me... Can I dig? Here's a patch of dirt. A few unimpressive pebbles. I can shovel more dirt. A worthless old brick. Not even worth picking up. Any other bits of conspicuous dirt? Not really? No? Bricks are never useless. But I didn't pick it up. That's rough. That's rough, buddy. At least I got a bathroom. Wait, can I turn on the shower? No? It's a dead end. 10. Flush? No? Can't even wash my hands. Nope. I do have a place to pee. And we'll see how I'm doing. Thank you for the follow, Deus Ex Amino. Locked. I might actually be done for. I got that yard tile. I did. Yeah, I think I'm done for in terms of I cannot complete this room. Functioning metal detector. Alright, I think I'm stuck. So I think I called for the day? I call it a day. You can pee there into the outside area as well, right? Alright. Cool, I made a mid-sized villa. I reached rank 5. I have taken 39 steps. I have found 5 items. By the way, is there anything that I can kind of permanently miss? Is there any permanent missables? This is like something where I can ask like people, are there permanent missables that I have to worry about? I don't want to miss anything permanently. No, there's no permanent missables. It's not a bad first day. Like that's a decent first run. I'm gonna eat some food. How are we doing on time? Is it 2:23? Yeah. We'll complete the game one day achievement. Good run, good run. Good show, old chap. Oh, excuse me. I could not have branched out from the dining room. The door was locked and I had no keys. Hamster. Yeah. There are no keys anywhere in the house, and it was locked. Yeah. Sure, save and continue. Let's keep going. Very calm. Welcome back to the mansion. Welcoming back in mansion. This is birds again. I assume this is the same. Is it the same? Diamond, spade. Okay. I still have this blueprint. I'm gonna make a nook. A nook! Tom Nook! Oh, that's a crowbar now. And that's hands. It's rosary hands, and it's a crowbar. That is different from it, that is different from how it was before. Nice. Now it is money and bananas. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. Now I can eat the banana and get some steps. Do I need to grind through all of those bananas and oranges and what have you? Den seems good. Not bad, not bad. I've been playing for 3 hours. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I've been not. If you end a run midday, it does not save. It was a fairly good day one. The time seems to be different. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like keep sort of. I'm just gonna look around, and I'm not gonna like to be. Oh my god. E. What? That's where we are. Utility closet? I mean, E is where we are now, right? I can sprint. I can screenshot this, right? How do I screenshot anyway? Can control print screen? Yeah, it looks like a "you're here" thing. Back indicators. Cool. Gymnasium, dark room, and garage. Oh, there's a chest. I can open a trunk. Oh. What do you know? You get 2 keys for the price of 1. I think the probability of locking is low. Staff notice. Out of respect for the late Lady Clara Epson, the West Wing will be closed until further notice. Well, the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool. We ask that staff members refrain from drafting them from this during this period of mourning. Likewise, any may draft There's nothing in here again. I guess there's this. There's a label maker box thing. Here's the fan. There's a making courtyard again. I can shovel. They see me shoveling, I hate it. Can I shovel? Oh, there's a brick. Do we have the shovel? Do I need to open a trunk to shovel? Oh, more keys. Oh, car keys. That's a kind of key. I guess I don't have a shovel. I don't have a shovel no more. The keycard reader does not appear to be powered on. It's a cinder block. Commissary seems fine to try. I can buy items. Hey, dirigiblocks. Dirigiblocks! What a name of a thing. Yeah, I just need to drive. With? The commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. Sorry for inconvenience. So, won't it be open? With man? Without? Terminal password is still... 2 days only. 50% off. All staff welcome. Those are too expensive right now. Oh god. I must select one to draft, yeah. Alright, storeroom it is. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Oh, was that something I could interact with? Feel like a shovel would be quite nice. Shovel. I hardly knew her. Alright, let's go out this way. I'm getting much better with my drafts. I should play Dirigiblocks. Guys, is Dirigiblocks a good game? Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. They're less likely to be locked, right? They're lies? The red memos are lies. I can check in. I can check in at the security terminal. I can log into network. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. There's like a weird red thing on there. I guess I set it to unlocked. Okay, hold on. There's more red memos. Antechamber has been unlocked, except it's been locked, right? Cool. I've been... Okay. Can I get this, like... S something, right? What is the... How do I... Dirgeblocks is, like, banned on Twitch? Yeah, that's fair enough. I don't know whether I can do this. I'm gonna eat, for a moment. I'm gonna sit here and eat food. Zoom. Oh. I'm going to assume that one does not actually get the full password from just staring at this until you, like, it burns into your eyes. I mean, it looks like the first thing is S. Fishing rod and road. Coffee? TBH, I could go for a coffee right now. I could totally go for a coffee. Get coffeed. An L? Yeah. Yeah, it's me. I'm taking the L. Red room. Red room. Closet's nice. Key and gem. I get actual items there, or just like 2 bits of schmutz? Alright, I'm not gonna go in there yet, though. Gonna go over to the hallway. And up north. No! Kind of absurd. Well, I got more steps at least. Oh fuck, it's a key card. Just wanted to write the billiard room. Okay. I guess there's a couple of ways to do it. Like, I could open the courtyard security door. I could activate the system, or I could just have it. Okay, let me check to see how the system works, because I have breaker boxed it off, right? So, like, is the key card open or not? Oh. Nice. I can also breaker box the, dark room, I guess, right? Interesting. I feel like this is probably important enough that I'm gonna go back in dark room and, you breaker box it. It would not have been in there if there had not been a reason to use the switch. There we go. Secret passage is not a dead end. I am aware. However, I didn't have the gem requirement for it, I believe. Nice. It's the man with the camera. Oh shit, there's a lot of cool photos here. She's blurry. I feel like this is like prime screenshot time. Oh. It's a broken lover. Da 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 da. Print notes. HS has requested yet another print of her ladyship, I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. Last development was too dark to keep an eye on that. It's her. She has a mole. It's him with a memo. No, it's some other guy with a memo. Same guy? Same man? It's the man? It's the flowers. She blurred. She's not blur. Something's blurring. Oh my god, there's so many different ones of these. Holy shit. Oh, nice. I'm overexposed. I'm exposed! They found me. They saw me. It's the orchard with the fruits with strawberries. It's man. It's man taking photo of... Okay. God, there's so much shit here, and it's not clear to me what it means. Oh, there's so much stuff here. I don't think I can actually interact with any of these things except to look at them, but yeah. It is what it is. The maid. Yes, this is my first time, and I'm actually quite I am quite unspoiled. I think I can parlor it up. There's a puzzle. A puzzle. Alright. One always tells the truth, one always lies. The statement on the white box is true. There's a second wind-up key in this room. This box and the white box are both empty. Okay, so theoretically, let's say this were true. Thank you, well, the waiter. I mean, really what I should do is I should look to see how many wind-up keys there are in this room and see if they can find a second wind-up key for whatever reason. I'm glad that the that doesn't tick down inside the room. That there's no kind of like real kind of timing thing. Is there one underneath the... Maybe the wind-up key is in the box? That would be very interesting. I'm going to assume the wind-up key thing is false. Unless it's like on one of the paintings. Okay. The statement on the white box is true. It looks like it's false, right? So that means this would be false, and this would be false, and that means this would be true. And this box and the white box are both empty. Which means that the blue box would be the one that has fullness. Like, these agree with each other. So they could both be true, and then that wouldn't give me enough information. So I'm gonna assume that the other one is true, that there's only one wind-up key in the room, and so that means that the blue box would contain it. cool. It contains only lies. I don't know. Should I want to use my last key? Probably. Yeah, emeralds. Shockingly close boudoir. I assume I can, like, run for the antechamber. Oh, it's another red. It's a gem. And another red memo. 4. I guess this safe has already been opened. We figured it out. We figured it out! Drawings happening. This is a rank 8 drawing room. I can sneak my head into the antechamber. He's locked. He's also locked. Almost everything is locked here. Alright. I cannot sneak my head into the antechamber. And unfortunately, I have to kind of go all the way back to the beginning of the game, and all the way back to the entrance hall, and then ha 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 ha. Okay. Which is not great. Because I am out of keys. Rip my steps. Thank you for the coffee. Thanks, chat, for the coffee. Why is Vancouver summer got to be so hot? I should, like, hang out in Vancouver sometime so I can know what the amount of, like, hotness is. Oh, what? What the? Did I miss an interactable? Okay. Pantry. Wasn't there, like, a dining room that gets a meal served in it or something? Probably. Rip steps! But, and I was doing so well, too, if it weren't for you meddling kids. Okay. I mean, I've drafted it before. 2 stars. I assume that's the same. Oh, okay. Well, you don't need to do this again. I can just stare into it. Chests! I assume chests are locked. I mean, the entrance hall is, like, right fucking there. I can take a look, but I think they're locked. They're locked, aren't they? Damn. Damn, bro. I would have liked to have those chests. Well, food for sale. Okay. I do need food. Dog food? The main course is only served in the dining room. 5 steps for every red room in your house. 3. 5. How many red rooms do I have? I have 2. It's a lot of steps. It's a fair number of steps. Nice kitchen. Bat. Tub. Bat tub? Oh, nice. Am I screwed? I can buy a key, and I can get out. Maybe? No, I cannot buy a key because it's the end. Nope. 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 I'm out of money. That was a dumb idea. That was a dumb idea. That was a dumb idea. Everything is locked. I am all done. I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm undone. I am destroyed. Okay. That was actually a terrible idea, and I'm gonna call it a day. It's over! Yeah, this is unspoiled first playthrough. I actually have, like, I've seen, like, tiny bits and pieces of it, but, like, so little that I have no fucking clue. I have no idea at all what to do. I have no idea of the thing and the do. I can't know of the thing. To do, go in house. Hello, I am person of go house. In me is house. I am house person. Please, give me in house. Okay. Yeah, please have house.
Maybe I would be a mantis.
Okay,
YouTuber.
one question. You can spoil this. Is there any meta progression between runs? Yes, okay. Yes, okay. I figured there would be. The observatory's meta progression that I've seen? Yeah, that's true. The safe I opened and stayed open. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of kind of meta progression, right? I think the safe also hi Shinigami. It's sort of meta progression in that, like, you know, if there's a puzzle that I've already solved, right, I don't think that really counts exactly as meta progression, right? But... because that doesn't really, like, make it easier on a separate run in that sense, right? But I assume there are other kinds of meta progression, like the observatory. Pantry also have food. Parlor. I'll call it things that are permanent, like stars. Okay, parlor. This box is the white box. That's a lie. This box is a black box. That's also a lie. The blue box contains the gem. That's true. Sure, let's redraw. Security! Security's good to have. Is it basically the same? Antechamber is locked. The terminal is lit. Alright. Let's change the state of the keycard system. Change offline mode. Wait. Change offline mode. Unlocked. Wait, do I have turn to security? Okay, exit. Do I have a breaker box yet? No. I can make one. There you go. There you go. Now, I can set the security level to high, and then all the security doors will be open, I believe. I think that's the idea, right? If you combine those two things, then you can just have all the security doors be open, I guess. Like, that's the idea. Keycard system. Keycard system settings, right? Yep. Set security level. And then that means I just get a bunch of free doors, right? High. Yeah, so this is what I need to do, right? High unlocked. So I'm like... Cool. I think that's what I think that's the idea, right? That now there should be a lot of security doors, and then, like, you know, they're permanent unlocked, so we're good. Use your room of a color of your choice. Ah, I got the dark room, too. In the dark room... will go dark. And then, it won't go dark, because, I can also breaker box it as well. Cool. Cool beans. Boop. Okay. Ha! Get fucked. Sorry. Excuse my language. Thanks. Is that you? And. Ampersand. Oh, key! Nice. Nice. Nice! An object. Laboratory. Experimental house features. Nice. Inspect documents of the estate more closely. Wait, is the password one of the documents of the estate? Heating and cooling points. Room temp. H2O melting point at 1 to 5 pp. Test 2 5 at Randolph M. Exterior walls stay the same. Ah. S equals B, H sub B over 2. Good to know. Brief on the way the doors work, but I must admit I did not exclude... Okay, I'm unable to find the laboratory. I found it. It was typical. I was briefed. I did not exclude any tips from my fellow technicians. The Cinco labs. The turbine tests. Okay. There's probably going to be some sort of wild thing here. This machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. Periodic table of elements. Nice. Okay, it's faded. Hydrogen. Alright. Okay, cool. I'm going to do the thing where I get the things in order, obviously. Okay. Alright. Plutonium. U. Okay, what's number 2? Sulfur. Sulfur. Hydrogen H. Push. This is a thing, isn't it? Push. TH. It's TH. Thorium. Push the... Oh my god. Rhenium? It's a fucking message. Can anybody tell me which element is below, gadolinium? Is it... What? Europium? Oh, that's europium, okay. Push 3... Palladium. That's fluorine, right? F. That's not what... Anyway, that's technetium, right? Tet. You pop... Tet. Radon? Push 3 up after... Iodine? I? And then 12 is like... Push 3 up after 9. Okay. Push 3 up after 9. 9 is technetium and helium. I don't know whether the machine is working, but like... I can certainly see if there is a boiler room, and I can draft it. Right? Cool. Cool beans. Neon? Yeah, it says push 3 up after 9. That's the wording. It's locked. That's spooky to use a key on it, but like whatever. Is the furnace a boiler room? I'm gonna get my key back. I assume the furnace is not a boiler room. Code check. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I can get the gem out of there anyway. Okay. All right. Back to the entrance hall I go, and I go until I find a boiler room that I can draft. And then I draft it. And then I can do the laboratory puzzle. Hell yeah. Observe. I have observed. Let me observe. 3. I'll walk. I'm walking here. I wonder whether there's like random stuff upstairs. Like, does going upstairs here ever really matter again? Or have we finished the nature of this puzzle? Probably we finished the nature of this puzzle. I mean, the puzzle just seems to be like, you know, turning. The gears ever turning. Storeroom is rancid vibes. But, you know. Yeah, one does what one can. Oh. Bedroom, fine. Is there anything in the bedroom? Greetings from Reddington. Wait, I can observe. Is there anything mysterious on the Reddington? Is there anything in Reddington? I'm staring at the Reddington. The potassium makes it salt. Oh, coconut water. There's a computer terminal. No. Oh, shit. I should have looked at the security room, right, for the... and observed the... Hold on. Do I want to make it all the way back there? I mean, it should be fine. Okay. Fuck. I've locked out one of the rooms permanently, so I think I cannot win this run, maybe? Here. I cannot draft every room in the house now. I have locked myself out. Assuming I cannot destroy rooms. Oops. Whoopsie daisies. Poopsie maisies. I'm gonna backtrack to security and... see if I can't make out the thing with the... bridge! Wait, what? The word bridge is in a different font than everything else. This was like a thing that said bridge on it, and then they added a bunch of extra text. I assume that's going to be important. Let's see if I can grab the security code by... Swanson G. Okay. That is very easy to read. Great. There you go. Staff services. Ooh. Punch in? Extended paid leave. According with the see Mrs. Babbage for more details. Staff announcements. We're all rooting for you, your friends in faithful service. We scratch schedule change. Special orders. Random gum. The commissary is taking special orders for all members of the staff. Cool. View active terminals. Connecting to terminal. Let's go! I'm being a hacksaws! Welcome to the experiment setup. Combining different mechanics to create a unique and original house feature. Money. I want all the money. Email. Only if you have the office. I give the water. Ugh. Directory. The cabinet has not been in working order. It is scheduled to be added in a future patch. Nice. Bedrooms are typically used for resting and regaining steps. Ah, okay. Oh, do I manage to unlock more types of things, I guess? East wing. The 9 rooms on the right edge. Entry. Estate. The house is only the current rooms. Grounds. Oh, actually, I should know more about those. Campsite, apple orchard, and west path. Interesting. Orange floor plans are hallways. They have doors. House. House. History. Inventory. Keycard door. Security locked. Excuse me. Items. Oh. Gold. Trunk. Always locked. West path. West wing. Mechanical. Interesting. Utility closet. Boiler room and laboratory. Speaking of mechanical, it has nothing to do with mechanical, but I'm gonna go, take a, piece. I'm gonna go take piss. I'm taking the piss. I'm pissing. Le pissin. I am a pissin. I'm taking a mechanical. Alright, I'm gonna run an ad while I take the mechanical. I am back from the mechanical. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Oh, the BGM is loud. Hold on. Howdy! Howdy there. Hi, Carl. Welcome. Someone you know passing away make me e-bill. No. No, that is like kind of objectively funny. I'm gonna wait 46 seconds or the... Oh, I get to see what stars do. Hold on. Whoops. Okay. I should put that. Alright. Network. Blackbridge. Permanent. A few things are permanent, and you're usually marked as permanent changes do not read. So I wanted to just draft a bunch of bedrooms. 9 ranks officially. 10th rank. Redraw. Okay, red room. Dangerous cost. Beware, the room's red! Nice. Spread. special floor plan. Shop. Security locked. I see. Permanent. Exhaust. Cool. Nice. Well, I logged into the security terminal now. I know how to the computer. Permanently, I think. I guess I can draft more bedrooms, right? Is that the idea? Is that the... Right? That increases my allowance. Is this the entrance hall? No, that's the entrance hall. I can closet it up. Oh, dice. I can re-roll. I thought that said 2 items. Is there another one? Am I... Oh, sleep mask. The first time I enter each bedroom with the sleep mask. Find 5. Okay, bedrooms are great. Bedrooms are, like, so epic right now. I guess I can kitchen. Banana. Sure. I cannot open the fridge. This is unrealistic. Tonight we dine in the dining room. EP. I'm not actually EP. I was expecting to be more EP like, but no. Oh no, it's the character that's EP. The blueprints is EP. Okay, well, no. Bunk room? Well, I guess this is a permanent buff, right? My allowance has been raised. Experiment successful. Okay, what other kind of crap does this have in here? Have I cut off the entire thing? Is this like calling it a daytime? Probably, right? Hamter. Alright. Well, I got a higher allowance, and let's call it a day. Nice. Permanent changes! Nice. Got him. A rustic inn. Oh, it's a different thing depending on, like, what kind of bedroom you have, right? It's 5 bedrooms. That's, I see. So there are different kinds of things. They got different properties depending on, like, the nature of the... Can you confirm or deny that? This is an allegation. Turi, can you confirm or deny? Good morning. You've been granted a daily allowance. Ann Babbage, house manager. Thanks for the dollary dues. Yeah, super cute. Ah, my deepest secrets revealed! How could you do this to me? The thing that I actually asked you specifically to do. This horrifying secret shall now be known to all. Breaker box, very useful, apparently. But I don't need to actually go in there because, well, I can switch off the security. Cool. Kitchen seems reasonable. I assume that a bunch of these things can have stuff. Whoa, banana. Okay. Oh no, it's a requirement. Well, let's get some objects. I like being objectified, so we're gonna get some objects. I assume that if I keep doing this, at some point puzzles will appear. Like, kind of more puzzles, like the puzzly puzzles that I can puzzle. I guess the next outstanding thing is to get a boiler room and a laboratory, and to complete that puzzle. Ooh, truth and false. Never take sleep. You know, why do that when you're a VTuber and you can just do it that way, right? Like, 2 truths and a this box is that's a lie. Okay. Lies. True. It was very easy. Staff notice? So I was not able to clock in, right? Ooh, pantry stuff. Okay, I can buy something then. No, I can't. Well, I can buy a magnifying glass. Secret passage. I think spare room is fine. It doesn't require a gem. Corridor. Dora core. This is very Dora core. I can observatoire. All right, get observed. More stars in the sky. Did I get the gem from that one? I think I got the gem from that one, right? Is that in the wiki that true? Yes. I can draw. Oh, no, that's locked. Security! I can log into the terminal, right? Swan song? Okay, swan song. Let's get swan songed. Alright, connecting to the power. Staff announcements? Special orders. Okay. Okay. Nothing. It's a distressed French lady who wouldn't log a baby, and someone actually purchased the creepy painting, yeah. Locked. Okay. Well, I can at least keycard. I have a breaker box, right? Hold on. I have turned off the keycard system, so I can put the security level to high. Keycard system. Security doors. Keycard system heavy. Set security level. High. Confirm setting. Change offline mode. Unlock. Confirm setting. Back. So that I can do with the security thing. Like that's a good permanent unlock thing. I don't know, it seems dangerous to like do some of the stuff that I'm doing here with the drawing room, but like, you know, what you gonna do when they come for you? Nope, that's locked. Alright, I gotta have some keys. Key me up, baby! How dreadful. I need to go all the way back to the entrance. How is the blueprint to surpass Metal Gear? It's slightly better than Metal Gear. I mean, you know, I haven't done any, like... I was gonna say I haven't done any, like, coups or anything like that, but, like, you know, actually, quite frankly, it seems like a coup might be in order. Does a sledgehammer smash through doors? Is that it? That seems like what a sledgehammer might do. If I get one more coin, I guess I can find out. OMFG. Fucking guest bedroom. The Glest bedroom. Alright, this key had better fucking get me somewhere. Alright. I ate. I am not dead yet, but, I even have some amount of steps, but, like, I need one more dollar and then I'll get a sledgehammer. Hopefully I can $1 more from one of the rooms up at the security. See, if I unlock something like up top from the security, it's pretty likely to be you know, to have some sort of security room in it, right? Because like the security room levels is high, and so, you know, security room, draft me a security. Draft me something with money. Snake. Hey, rumpus room, why not? That's a lot of money. It's not a security room, but I can get a sledgehammer, and maybe the sledgehammer will help me smash things. Kari smash. Okay, does the guest bedroom give you steps every time you enter it, by the way? No, one time. Okay. I also haven't been in the rumpus room, so I should, like, talk to the man. Oh, you can insert coin and get... Well, I'm gonna insert at least a coin. Use games and stuff. I don't want to insert too many coins, but I'll insert one coin as... Hello! Oh.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin.
Be
You
awake.
find yourself face to face with the great Alzara.
Hi, Alzara.
And I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Maybe. How about my past?
The image is becoming clear. I see a boy. A boy standing on a shore of white sand.
Ooh.
He
That sand is
looking for something.
not useful for glassmaking.
Something he was told he would not find.
46th room?
I see
Cat.
a black cat tied
Meow.
to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not
stir. No.
I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters.
Oh.
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara.
Thanks, Alzara.
Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
So what did we learn? Yeah. Nice. Thanks, Alzara. I'm gonna get a sledgehammer now. Actually, I'm gonna open this door and see if it's locked. No, it's locked. Okay. Alright, I hope that a sledgehammer will allow me to do sledgehammer-y things. Can it smash down locked doors? Maybe. I think that's a thing that sledgehammers can often do, so, we'll see. We'll see what a sledgehammer can do. We can smash... Maybe it smashes walls? I don't know. We can find out what things do. Get the commissary. On trunks! Well, we don't have any trunks. I think that's it. I think I'm cooked. I don't think there are any trunks. Everything is locked and there are no trunks. No, the doors are all locked. And they're not security doors either. Alright, let's call it a day. I got an Alzara, though. What am I gonna do? Not yet. With my extra coins? I don't know, I can buy a magnifying glass, but that's it. I don't think I can do much with it, right? I don't think there's places you can spend it. Alright. Did the front room still have trunks? I think that was yesterday. I can check, though. Can certainly check. I believe that was a previous day thing because of the stuff, right? But, yeah, no, I think we're, screwed, as they say. Have I explored outside? No. Oh, I can make a wish, I guess. Cool. I guess there are things that can be done here. Gate blocked. You've never done that? It's a room. Whole ass area. Campfire. Campfires in disguise. Campsite is also, I mean, these are all rooms, right? The campsite is a room. You are not allowed to stay in the estate. I see. So this is like where I am staying when I call it a night. He's a cliff. This is quite the cliffhanger. Alright. Holiday. Oh, okay. East-facing cottage. Nice. How ominous, this music. Okay. Also, I do have plans this evening, so, I just want to make sure, I want to say that I'm probably going to call it in about 20-ish minutes. I think we have time for one more run, for sure. Should be going good for one more, yeah? I found the starter monies. Yes, I did. I experimentaled it into starter money. Gems are in the black box. Hold on. Let me see this. One box which displays only true statements. Only false statements. Okay, it's in the blue box. Ayo, logic. Facts and logic! Nice. Security. I do want the lab to exist. One key card. Ha, ha, ha. Is there a key card in here? Is it somewhere in this room? Is it in the laboratory? I think it might be in the laboratory. Beep. It is in the laboratory. Well, I need the boiler room. Fuck! I almost had the boiler room. But now I don't have the boiler room. Get nooked. Bedroom's good. No. Sometimes this stuff even have extra things in them, right? Like chests and what have you. Greetings from Reddington. I spent a lot of time in Reddington Beach, and all right. I'm good to den and get a gem. Ah! Get the breaker box. Get broken. Why does Lua say array? Why do Lua arrays start at 1? Well, they're like our arrays. Haha. Spare room. Spare room doesn't have a lot in going for it. Alright, I've given my tithe. No. How about this door? Yeah, let's go hallways! Ah, the billiards! I love billiards. They've enjoyed the puzzle that is available in the billiards room with the darts. Okay. So the way that one plays darts is it's 2, but this is like the double and this is the triple. So like the thing is the triple, right? Hold on. Plus, minus, x, divide. It's multiplication. Alright. What is the math of this room? I like the little dots game. This is like my kind of puzzle. Wait, that's fruit. What? Is that fruit? Are these peaches? 8? There's an 8 ball. Just odd balls? No, the 8 is even. Two darts, 3 darts, plus, minus, times, divide. Oh, this is 1 plus 15. Plus, minus, maybe it's 14? Nope. It's plus 16? $19 minus 14? Times 2? $5? 15 minus 6 is 9? Is that it? Plus, minus, times. Okay, 10 times 2 is 20. And then this is plus, minus, times. Okay. This is 12 minus 7 is 5. Times 4 is 20. Not bad, not bad. Unlocking a door with the silver key use what? Ah, okay. Nice. Hi, Flamebird. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub. Can West Wing haul it? There we go. Oh, there's a memo. Safe code is not 9083. That's a lie. The safe code is actually 1224. Nice. Okay. Is this locked? Are we done? It is not locked. We are almost at rank 8. Wood-fired pizza. Locked. Alright. I might have to go way back to the entrance to do anything. I guess the hallway also exists. Cool. This is locked, right? Yeah. Alright. How is pizza supposed to pay rent? So hallway... Hallway's not gonna take my money. Whenever I enter the gymnasium. Oh, a gem in it, that's nice. And I lose my money. Tithe. But I can go through the bedroom. Thank you for the steps. And this direction. Observatory. No! I gotta redraw. Oh. Okay, good. I can boudoir. Redraw. Grab the gem. Okay. Less common floor plans. I like that. Hey, it's a library. Welcome to the library. A house directory. Alright. Let's get some rare rooms. Some super weirdo rooms. Book request form. Please select one. The Fixed Stars, Richard Witt, History of India. Mount Holly Records. Nice. 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 A library seems like the kind of room that would have a whole bunch of weird secrets and puzzles in it, but I don't see any. Maybe I am way off. Scrapbook. The Baron of Mount Holly. My favorite floor plans. I can't pass up security. I've spent the largest purchase, contraptions. Maybe one day, most avoided floor plans, nurseries, furnaces, secret passages. Maybe one day I'll have a nursery, but like, oops, no kids. It's me. You don't see any yet. Oh my god. Huh! The absolute state of like going down a winding staircase. Please don't be locked. Well, I need keys, and one of the items in the attic could be a key. Like that one. Coupon book. And a sledgehammer. Ooh, X. Nice. The conference room? There's treasure in them thar room. In them thar conference room. Nice. A safety deposit box key. What does that even do? Unlocks box 149. Another key. A red wagon. A gem. A pair of dentures. Are there any chests or trunks or whatever here? Can I sledge any of the stuff? Is that everything? Did I get everything? Did I get all the thingies? I think I might have gotten all the thingies. Hiding note. Ah. Pointing at thing. Look at thing over there. Is it behind the thing? Was that the hiding note? You allowed to say? No. Okay. I am missing a thing. Okay. Okay. Alright. Oh, there. Okay. Ah, okay. Got it. Thank you for giving us our editors. Change the ending to political. The Red Prince. The illustration, not a good fit with Starfing's current catalog. Ah. Thomas Yandere. Understandable. Alright, well, I seek my treasure in the conference room. Yeah, that is here. This looks like the spot. Have to find something. Ah, I need a shovel. Okay. Okay, cool. Womp womp. An S hovel. Oh, I don't have a I'm bold move, yeah. Mm-hmm. Freezes my accounts. It's a metal detector. No shovel, though. I could go back to utility closet. I don't think I really have the ability to. Not the worst, keys for sale. Damn, okay. Look, I'm making some progress. Oh, banana. Nope, locked. I think it's done? I think I'm done. I think I'm pooped. I think I'm kaput. There were no... Yeah, I think I'm pretty kaput. Alright. That was a good blueprints run. Thank you so much for joining me. I walked too much, yeah. It's a respectable inn. I'm gonna do this, like, next time. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the same time. Who knows? Let me see who is live. Who doth live today? Here. I'm going to, remove the capture group, and... thank you so much for coming. I'm going to stream very soon. I will announce it ahead of time. I think we're probably going to change to the daytime because that is easier for me. So without further ado, I shall look at the twitching and see what kinds of like things are available. Stop, mute. I don't want to hear you, State Farm. Cool. Let's send you guys to Clonk. Clonk's around. Whimsy's also around, but Clonk's around. Let's Clonk. All right, let's raid Clonk. Whoops. Cool. What's Sag? Oh, because of the time of day. Yeah, I mean, I'll it's the way to actually be able to stream. So unfortunately, yeah, like it's gonna be closer to like this kind of time. But yeah, I'll see you later. I mean.